Hey, amazing viewers! Thanks for clicking on The Potter Show. Today's special feature is: what if Harry's vault inheritance test revealed he owned 67% of Hogwarts and fired Dumbledore immediately? Your support through likes, shares, and subscriptions helps us reach more story lovers around the world. Thank you for being part of this community. Now, let's escape into this wonderful story. Chapter 1. The Gringotts Revelation. The summer heat pressed down on Diagon Alley like a smothering blanket. Harry Potter wiped sweat from his forehead as he climbed the white marble steps of Gringotts, his trainers scuffing against stone worn smooth by centuries of witches and wizards. After weeks of nightmares about Cedric's death and Voldemort's resurrection, he'd finally convinced his Order guards to let him visit his vault. What they didn't know was that he had another purpose entirely. "You're certain this is necessary, Mr. Potter?" Remus Lupin asked, his amber eyes scanning the busy street with practiced vigilance. "I need money for school supplies," Harry said, which wasn't a lie. He just omitted his real reason, the strange letter he'd received from the goblins 3 days earlier, requesting his presence for matters of inheritance. Now that he'd turned 15. Tonks, sporting electric blue hair today, bounded up beside them. "Don't worry, Remus. We'll be in and out before anyone notices." Mad Eye's watching the entrance, and Kingsley's around the corner. Harry bit back a retort. He'd spent the summer being shuffled between Privet Drive and Grimmauld Place, fed scraps of information while Voldemort rebuilt his forces. Dumbledore hadn't spoken to him once. His friends' letters remained frustratingly vague. The adults treated him like a child who needed protection rather than someone who'd faced Voldemort 4 times and lived. Maybe today he'd finally get some answers. The vast marble hall of Gringotts hummed with activity. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a goblin with a nose like a hatchet and fingers that never stopped counting golden coins. "Excuse me," Harry said. "I received a letter about an inheritance meeting." The goblin peered down at him, recognition flickering in those dark eyes. "Name?" "Harry Potter." Every quill in the vicinity seemed to pause. The goblin's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Ah, Mr. Potter. We've been expecting you." He snapped his fingers, and a younger goblin appeared at Harry's elbow. "Grip Hook will escort you to Director Ragnarok's office." "Director Ragnarok?" Remus asked, alarm evident in his voice. "The head of Gringotts doesn't typically handle standard inheritance matters." The teller's smile revealed pointed teeth. "This is no standard inheritance matter, Mr. Lupin." Harry recognized Grip Hook from his first visit to Gringotts. "Hello again," he said as they walked away from his increasingly concerned escorts. "You remember me," Grip Hook stated, sounding surprised. "Few wizards bother distinguishing between goblins." Harry shrugged. "You were the first magical being I ever really spoke with, apart from Hagrid." Something shifted in Grip Hook's demeanor. "Indeed. Follow me, Mr. Potter. Your guardians will wait in the antechamber." "But we need to accompany Harry," Tonks protested. "Gringotts' inheritance protocols are clear," Grip Hook said firmly. "Only blood relatives or legal guardians may attend. As Mr. Potter's self-appointed security detail, you have no standing." Remus placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Are you comfortable with this, Harry?" For the first time in weeks, Harry felt a flicker of control over his own life. "Yes. I'll be fine." Grip Hook led them deeper into Gringotts than Harry had ever ventured, down ornate corridors where goblin guards stood at attention, their armor gleaming in the light of golden torches. They stopped before massive doors engraved with what looked like a battle scene, goblins wielding swords against wand-wielding wizards. "The Rebellion of 1612. Grip Hook explained, noticing Harry's interest. A reminder that not all wizarding debts are paid in gold. The doors swung open to reveal a circular chamber dominated by a round table of polished obsidian. Behind it sat the most impressive goblin Harry had ever seen, adorned with elaborate gold jewelry and a scarlet coat embroidered with symbols Harry couldn't decipher. "Director Ragnarok," Grip Hook announced with a deep bow. "Harry Potter, as requested." Ragnarok studied Harry with eyes like black diamonds. "So you've finally come." We've attempted to contact you regarding these matters for 4 years, Mr. Potter. Harry's stomach dropped. 4 years? But this was the first letter I've received from Gringotts. Ragnar's expression darkened. Interesting. We've sent quarterly notices since your 11th birthday. Your magical guardian assured us they were being properly forwarded. My magical guardian? Albus Dumbledore, naturally. Harry's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the table. Another secret. Another decision made without his knowledge. I never received any letters, he said, fighting to keep his voice steady. And no one has ever mentioned Dumbledore being my magical guardian. Ragnar exchanged a significant look with Griphook. Most troubling. Mail interception is a serious offense under our treaty with the Ministry. We shall investigate this matter thoroughly. The director gestured to the chair across from him. Please sit, Mr. Potter. We have much to discuss and, it seems, much to rectify. Harry lowered himself into the chair, which adjusted to his height with a soft scraping sound. What exactly is this inheritance? I thought I just had my trust vault. Ragnar opened an intricate wooden box on the table, removing a small silver knife and a parchment of unusual thickness. The Potter Vault is merely one of several to which you may be entitled. Today, we shall perform an inheritance test to determine the full extent of your birthright. How does it work? Blood magic, Ragnar said simply. 7 drops upon this parchment, freely given. The magic will reveal all hereditary claims, properties, and titles that are rightfully yours. Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. Let's do it. Ragnar handed him the knife. 7 drops precisely, Mr. Potter. The blade was surprisingly sharp, and Harry barely felt the sting as he pricked his finger. 7 crimson drops fell onto the parchment, where they didn't pool but seemed to sink into the material. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, thin lines of red began to spread across the surface, forming words and symbols that multiplied with alarming speed. Ragnar's eyes widened as the parchment continued filling, far beyond what seemed normal. Even Griphook abandoned his stoic demeanor, moving closer to stare at the expanding text. Extraordinary, Ragnar muttered. I haven't seen a response this significant in centuries. Harry leaned forward. What does it mean? It means, Mr. Potter, that you have been denied knowledge of a substantial birthright. Ragnar rotated the parchment so Harry could read it properly. You are, as expected, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. But there is considerably more. Harry's eyes traveled down the parchment, past lists of properties, investments, and artifacts. Then he saw it, and his breath caught in his throat. By blood and magic, Harry James Potter is recognized as heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, paternal line, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Peveril, paternal line, heir of the most ancient house of Gryffindor, paternal line, heir of the most ancient house of Ravenclaw, maternal line, heir by conquest to the most ancient house of Slytherin. Right of magical conquest, October 31st, 1981. Partial claim recognized to the following assets: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 67% ownership; Hogwarts Grounds and Forbidden Forest, 67% ownership; Hogsmeade Village, 51% ownership. Harry stared at the parchment, reading and rereading the words until they blurred before his eyes. This can't be right, he finally managed. My mother was Muggle-born. A common misconception, Ragnar replied. Lily Evans descended from a squib line of Ravenclaw that lost track of its magical heritage generations ago. Magic has its own ways of resurfacing. And I own Hogwarts? Harry asked incredulously. How is that possible? Hogwarts was founded as a private institution by the 4 founders. Griphook explained. While they established a board of governors to oversee daily operations, ultimate ownership remained with their bloodlines. As the sole heir to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, plus your conquest claim on Slytherin's line, you control a supermajority interest in the school. Harry felt dizzy. What about Hufflepuff's line? The Smith family holds that claim, though they've never exercised their rights beyond claiming certain heirlooms. Ragnar said. Their 33% minority stake grants them little practical authority against your controlling interest. And no one knew about this? Not Dumbledore or the Ministry. Ragnar's expression grew stern. That, Mr. Potter, is perhaps the most troubling question of all. The Hogwarts Charter is stored in our deepest vaults, but its basic provisions are hardly secret. As Chief Warlock and your magical guardian, Dumbledore had access to your family records. It seems implausible that he remain ignorant of your heritage. A cold fury began to build in Harry's chest, displacing his shock. If Dumbledore had known all along and kept this from him, while keeping him locked away each summer, while letting the school turn against him repeatedly, while withholding crucial information year after year, what powers does this ownership give me, exactly? He asked, his voice steadier than he expected. Ragnar smiled, a predatory expression that suggested he approved of Harry's question. Substantial ones, Mr. Potter. You may appoint or dismiss the headmaster at will. You may override the Board of Governors on any decision with written notice. You may alter the school charter, curriculum, and bylaws. You may restrict or grant access to the grounds. The wards and fundamental magics of Hogwarts will recognize and respond to you as their primary authority. Harry's mind raced. For 4 years he'd been a pawn in games he didn't understand. Quirrell, the basilisk, the tournament. How many of those dangers could have been prevented if he'd known the truth? How different might his life have been? I want to claim my inheritance, he said firmly. All of it. Today. A momentous decision. Ragnar cautioned. Once claimed, you will immediately gain titles, responsibilities, and political standing that many will resent. There will be those who attempt to challenge your authority or manipulate you. They've been doing that my entire life. Harry replied bitterly. At least this way, I'll have some power to fight back. Ragnar nodded approvingly. Very well. We shall proceed with the inheritance ritual immediately. First, however, we must address another matter. He slid a thick folder across the table. These are financial records for your accounts over the past 14 years. I suggest you review them before we continue. Harry opened the folder and felt his anger resurge as he scanned the first page. Regular withdrawals from his trust vault, supposedly for his care and upkeep, had been made every month since his parents' deaths. Thousands of galleons, none of which had ever reached him. The Dursleys never received this money, he said through clenched teeth. They've complained about the cost of raising me since I was left on their doorstep. Indeed, Ragnar said coldly. The withdrawals were authorized by Albus Dumbledore as your magical guardian. The funds were directed to a vault registered to something called the Order of the Phoenix. Harry felt as if he'd been struck. The Order, Dumbledore's secret society, had been funded with his money? While he wore Dudley's cast-offs and went hungry. There's more, Griphook added, pointing to another document. Regular payments to Molly Weasley labeled Potter Care and Monitoring. Similar stipends to Arabella Figg of Privet Drive. And a contract negotiated with the Weasley family regarding their daughter, Ginevra. Harry's hand trembled as he read the marriage contract, dated shortly after his first year at Hogwarts. It promised a substantial dowry from the Potter vault upon his marriage to Ginny, with clauses granting the Weasleys access to Potter properties and a lifetime stipend for Molly and Arthur. This was arranged without my knowledge or consent, Harry said, voice hollow. Is it binding? No, Ragnar assured him. Such contracts require your magical signature after reaching 14 years of age. However, the intent behind it is concerning. Harry closed the folder, unable to stomach any more revelations. I want it all stopped. Every withdrawal, every arrangement made without my consent. And I want an accounting of everything that's been taken. It shall be done, Ragnar promised. Upon claiming your inheritance, you will have full control over all your assets. Dumbledore's guardianship will be nullified by your ascension to head of multiple houses. Then let's do it now. Ragnar produced an ornate box containing 5 rings, each bearing a different crest. These are the head of house rings for Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each contains ancient magic and will confer certain abilities. Place them on your right hand, one by one, starting with Potter. Harry took the first ring, gold with a griffin rampant set with rubies. The moment it touched his finger, a surge of warm magic flowed up his arm. The ring resized perfectly, and Harry felt a strange sensation, as if distant memories not his own had been placed just beyond his conscious reach. Each subsequent ring produced similar effects. Peveril's silver band with its triangular symbol brought a shadow of ancient knowledge. Gryffindor's massive gold signet with its roaring lion filled him with courage. Ravenclaw's delicate bronze band with sapphire eagles sharpened his thoughts. And finally, Slytherin's twisted platinum serpent with emerald eyes brought a rush of cunning ambition that made him gasp. The rings shimmered, then merged into one remarkable piece, a gold band supporting a pentagon of precious stones, each house crest visible when viewed from different angles. "The rings have accepted you," Ragnarok declared. "You are now Lord Potter Peveril Gryffindor Ravenclaw Slytherin, though you may wish to select a simplified title for daily use." "Just Harry will do," he said automatically, staring at the ring that now felt like part of him. Ragnarok chuckled. "I'm afraid the magical world rarely permits such simplicity to those of your station. Now, there's one final step to claiming your Hogwarts inheritance." The goblin presented a crystal vial containing what looked like liquid silver. "This is distilled from the cornerstone of Hogwarts itself, imbued with the Founder's magic. Drinking it will connect you to the castle's sentience and ward structure, allowing you to exercise your authority even from a distance." Harry took the vial without hesitation. After everything he'd learned today, connecting to Hogwarts, the only place he'd ever felt at home, seemed like the one bright spot in a sea of betrayal. He swallowed the potion in one gulp. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Harry gasped as his consciousness seemed to expand beyond the confines of his body. Suddenly he could feel Hogwarts, its ancient stones, its shifting staircases, its hidden rooms and secret passages. He sensed the wards, layers upon layers of protection spells woven together like a tapestry. And at the center of it all, a presence, not quite sentient but aware, that recognized him and welcomed him like a long-lost child returning home. "Heir of my creators. At last you have come." The words weren't spoken but felt, resonating directly in his mind. Harry staggered, and Griphook steadied him with surprising strength. "The castle recognizes you," Ragnarok observed. "The connection will settle in time. For now, focus on returning to yourself." Harry breathed deeply, gradually bringing his awareness back to the Gringotts office. The connection to Hogwarts remained, a gentle hum at the back of his mind that felt oddly comforting. "What happens now?" he asked. "That is entirely your decision, Lord Potter," Ragnarok replied. "You have claimed your inheritance and established your connection to Hogwarts. You may now exercise any and all rights granted by your titles." Harry thought of Dumbledore, keeping secrets, controlling his life, using his money to fund the Order while leaving him to suffer at the Dursleys. He thought of the nightmares that had plagued him all summer, of Cedric's death and Voldemort's return, disasters that might have been prevented if he'd been properly prepared. "I want to go to Hogwarts," he said decisively. "Today. The school term doesn't begin for another month," Griphook pointed out. "The castle belongs to me," Harry replied, feeling a surge of confidence from his newly claimed heritage. "And I have business with the current headmaster." Ragnarok's smile widened. "As you wish. Gringotts can provide a direct port key to the Hogwarts grounds, a privilege reserved for the castle's rightful owner." "There's something else I need first," Harry said, thinking quickly. "Official documentation of my titles and rights. And..." He hesitated, then pushed forward. "I want to file charges against Albus Dumbledore for theft and breach of fiduciary duty." "Most wise," Ragnarok approved. "Such documentation will prevent anyone from dismissing your claims. As for the charges against Dumbledore, they will be filed with both magical and goblin authorities. Be warned, however, a wizard of his influence will not fall easily." "I'm counting on that," Harry said grimly. "I don't want him in prison. I want him exposed." Within the hour, Harry had his documentation, multiple copies on enchanted parchment that could not be destroyed or forged. He also had a new dragonhide wallet linked directly to his vaults, a portfolio detailing his various properties and investments, and a portkey in the form of a small golden key. Remus and Tonks were waiting anxiously in the antechamber, having been joined by a scowling Alastair Moody. 3 hours, Potter, Moody growled. What in Merlin's name takes 3 hours to withdraw spending money? Harry met his gaze steadily. Finding out I own Hogwarts, apparently. Their stunned expressions might have been comical under different circumstances. Tonks actually stumbled and would have fallen if Remus hadn't caught her elbow. Harry, Remus said carefully, what exactly happened in there? I had an inheritance test, Harry explained, holding up his hand to display the merged ring. Turns out I'm the heir of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and, by right of conquest, Slytherin. Which gives me 67% ownership of Hogwarts. That's impossible, Moody stated flatly. Dumbledore would have known. Oh, he knew, Harry cut in coldly. He's been my magical guardian all these years. He just didn't bother telling me while he was helping himself to my family vaults. Remus paled. Harry, these are serious accusations. Dumbledore has only ever acted in your best interests. Really? Harry interrupted, pulling out the financial records. Was it in my best interest when he funded the order with my gold while I wore rags? Or when he arranged a marriage contract with Ginny Weasley without my knowledge? Or when he paid Mrs. Weasley to monitor me? He thrust the papers into Remus's hands. The werewolf's expression grew increasingly horrified as he scanned the documents. This can't be right, he whispered. Gringotts doesn't make mistakes about gold, Harry said flatly. Moody snatched the papers, his magical eye spinning wildly as he reviewed them. Bloody hell, he muttered. The old man's got a lot to answer for. And he will, Harry assured them, clutching the portkey. Right now. Wait, Tonks protested. We need to take you back to headquarters. Let the Order discuss this. I'm not asking permission, Harry stated. I'm going to Hogwarts to speak with Dumbledore personally. You're welcome to join me, or you can stay behind and report to whomever you like. But I'm going. A tense silence followed. Then, surprisingly, Moody grunted his approval. Boy's right. This needs sorting, and Albus needs to explain himself. I'm coming with you, Potter. Remus and Tonks exchanged worried glances but nodded their agreement. Harry felt a surge of gratitude that they weren't fighting him on this, even if their loyalty might still lie with Dumbledore. Touch the key, he instructed, holding it out. When all four of them had a finger on the small golden object, Harry spoke the activation phrase Ragnarok had provided. Founder's heir returns. The portkey activated with a familiar hook behind his navel, whisking them away from Gringotts in a blur of color and sound. They landed on the path just outside the Hogwarts gates, which swung open of their own accord the moment Harry approached. That's not supposed to happen, Tonks murmured, watching the ancient iron gates move without a wand or password. The castle recognizes its master, Harry replied, feeling the connection strengthen as he stepped onto the grounds proper. Knowledge flowed into him, the status of the wards, compromised in several areas, the locations of each resident, surprisingly many for summer, even the condition of the various magical artifacts scattered throughout the castle. And there, in the headmaster's office, a familiar presence, Albus Dumbledore, apparently in conversation with Severus Snape. Harry strode up the path toward the castle, his 3 escorts hurrying to keep pace. The great oak doors swung wide at his approach, torches flaring to life along the entrance hall. Even the suits of armor seemed to straighten, helmets turning to track his progress. Blimey, Tonks whispered. It's like the castle's welcoming you home. That was exactly how it felt. For the first time since arriving at Gringotts, Harry smiled, a small, genuine expression that reflected the warmth spreading through him. Hogwarts had always been his true home, and now he understood why. The castle was, in a very real sense, his birthright. They reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, which leapt aside without a password. The spiral staircase began moving automatically, carrying them upward. Potter, Moody said quietly, whatever you're planning, remember that Dumbledore is still one of the most powerful wizards alive. Tread carefully. Harry nodded, appreciating the warning even as he rejected it. He was done treading carefully. Done being manipulated and controlled. Done being kept in the dark about his own life. The door to the headmaster's office opened before he could knock, revealing Dumbledore seated behind his massive desk and Snape standing beside the fireplace. Both looked startled by the unexpected interruption. Harry? Dumbledore recovered quickly, rising to his feet with a benign smile that no longer reached his eyes. This is a surprise. I was under the impression you were safely at your aunt and uncle's home. Were you? Harry asked coldly, stepping into the office with his companions close behind. Or did you know exactly where I was today? At Gringotts, discovering just how thoroughly you've lied to me. Dumbledore's smile faltered. His gaze dropped to Harry's hand, where the merged house rings glinted in the afternoon light. Something like resignation flickered across his features before his expression became carefully neutral. I see you've discovered your heritage sooner than expected, he said softly. Sooner than you planned, you mean, Harry corrected. After hiding it from me for 15 years. Snape sneered. Typical Potter arrogance. Already lording your newfound status over. Silence. Harry commanded, and to everyone's shock, including his own, Snape's voice cut off abruptly. The potion's master clutched at his throat, eyes widening in alarm. Harry felt the castle's magic respond to his will, enforcing his authority over a Hogwarts professor. He hadn't consciously intended to silence Snape, merely wished it, but Hogwarts had interpreted his desire as a command. Release him, Harry, Dumbledore said sharply, drawing his wand. Harry hesitated, then mentally requested the castle relax its hold. Snape gasped as his voice returned, his face contorted with fury. How dare you? No, how dare you? Harry interrupted. For 4 years you've abused your position to torment me and sabotage my education. That ends today. He turned his attention back to Dumbledore, who watched the exchange with increasing concern. I know everything, Headmaster. About my titles, my inheritance, my ownership of Hogwarts. About the money you've been stealing from my vaults. About the marriage contract with Ginny Weasley. About all of it. Harry, you must understand. Dumbledore began, his tone gently reasonable. Everything I've done has been to protect you and prepare you for the challenges ahead. The funds were necessary for the Order's work against Voldemort, work that ultimately serves to keep you safe. Save it, Harry said flatly, placing his documentation on the desk. I've filed charges with Gringotts for theft and breach of fiduciary duty. I've terminated your access to all Potter properties and accounts. And now, he drew a deep breath, feeling the castle's magic surge around him. I'm exercising my right as majority owner of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to dismiss you as headmaster, effective immediately. The office fell silent. Even the portraits of former headmasters ceased their pretense of sleep to watch the unfolding drama. Fawkes, perched beside Dumbledore's desk, trilled a soft, mournful note. You cannot be serious. Snape finally sputtered. Oh, I'm entirely serious, Harry replied, never taking his eyes off Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore is hereby removed from his position for breach of trust, misappropriation of school resources, and gross negligence in ensuring student safety. The castle shuddered around them. Items throughout the office, trinkets, instruments, books, began to glow with a soft, golden light. Dumbledore's own chair seemed to push away from the desk, urging him to stand. Harry, Dumbledore said, and for the first time, there was a note of genuine pleading in his voice. I beg you to reconsider. Hogwarts needs leadership in these dark times. Voldemort has returned, and the school must be protected. I couldn't agree more, Harry replied. Which is why I'm taking control myself. You've had 14 years to prepare me for Voldemort, and instead, you've kept me ignorant and vulnerable. No more. Moody stepped forward. The boy's right, Albus. These financial records alone raise serious questions about your judgment. And after what happened to Diggory last year? Surely you're not supporting this, Alastair? Dumbledore asked, a hint of steel entering his voice. I'm supporting the truth, whatever it is, Moody growled. And right now, Potter's evidence is more compelling than your platitudes. Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his years. Very well. If you are determined to pursue this course, Harry, I cannot stop you. The Hogwarts Charter is clear regarding the rights of the Founder's heirs. But I implore you to consider the consequences of your actions. There are matters at stake beyond your knowledge, prophecies and plans decades in the making. Then perhaps it's time you shared that knowledge, Harry suggested. Not as headmaster, but as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. I'm willing to listen, but not to blindly obey. Not anymore. A calculating look crossed Dumbledore's face. And what of the school? Term begins in a month. The students need a headmaster. They'll have one, Harry assured him. I haven't decided who yet, but it will be someone who prioritizes student safety over secret agendas. The castle trembled again, more insistently this time. Objects around the office began floating toward the door, as if the room itself was evicting its occupant. It seems Hogwarts has made its decision clear, Remus observed quietly. Dumbledore gazed around the office that had been his domain for decades, a complex mixture of emotions playing across his features. Finally, he nodded in resignation. As you wish, Harry. I shall vacate the premises by nightfall. He collected his wand and a few personal items that hadn't joined the migration toward the door. When you are ready to discuss the greater concerns we face, I will be available at the Order headquarters. Count on it, Harry promised. But on my terms, not yours. As Dumbledore moved toward the door, Snape remained frozen in place, his expression vacillating between outrage and disbelief. And what of my position? He demanded. Harry considered the potion's master thoughtfully. Despite their mutual animosity, he recognized Snape's value as both a spy and a skilled potioneer. For now, you remain on staff, Professor Snape. But your probation period begins today. One more instance of bullying students or sabotaging their work, and you'll join the headmaster in unemployment. Snape's face contorted with fury, but a warning glance from Dumbledore prevented further outbursts. The two men departed without another word, leaving Harry alone with his 3 escorts in what was now, effectively, his office. The room began to transform the moment the door closed behind them. The silver instruments and gadgets Dumbledore had collected vanished into cabinets. The color scheme shifted from Dumbledore's preferred crimson and gold to a balanced representation of all 4 house colors. The portraits of former headmasters, which had been suspiciously silent throughout the confrontation, now regarded Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. Well, said the portrait of Armando Dipet. This is unprecedented. Not entirely, corrected a severe-looking which Harry didn't recognize. Godric's great-grandson once removed the headmaster of our day for similar concerns, though that was nearly 9 centuries ago. Harry sank into the chair behind the desk, his desk now, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. He'd fired Albus Dumbledore, arguably the greatest wizard of the modern era and his supposed protector. He'd taken control of Hogwarts weeks before students were due to arrive. And he had absolutely no idea what to do next. Breathe, Potter, Moody advised, conjuring chairs for himself and the others. You've won the first skirmish, but the war's just beginning. Alastair's right, Remus agreed, though he looked deeply troubled. Dumbledore won't simply accept this. He has too much influence, too many loyal supporters. Let him try to fight it, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. The goblins have confirmed my claim is ironclad. Hogwarts itself has acknowledged me as its rightful owner. Not even the Ministry can override Founder's magic. Speaking of the Ministry, Tonks interjected, they're going to go mental when this gets out. Fudge already thinks you and Dumbledore are conspiring against him. Now you've seized control of Hogwarts? He'll see it as the first step in a coup. Harry hadn't considered the political ramifications beyond Dumbledore. Then we need to control the narrative, he decided. Before rumors spread or the Daily Prophet prints more lies, we need to make a public statement explaining exactly what's happened and why. Smart move, Moody approved. Get ahead of the story. Make it clear this isn't about power but accountability. I'll need help, Harry admitted, looking at the three adults who had, surprisingly, stood by him through this confrontation. I can't run Hogwarts alone. I need advisors, allies, and a new headmaster. What about Minerva? Remus suggested. She's been deputy headmistress for years and knows the school inside and out. Harry considered this. Maybe. But she's also been Dumbledore's right hand all this time. Can we trust her to break from his influence? Minerva's her own woman, Moody growled. Loyal to Dumbledore, yes, but more loyal to the students. Worth sounding her out at least. Before Harry could respond, the office door burst open, and Professor McGonagall herself strode in, her usually immaculate bun slightly askew and her face flushed with emotion. Mr. Potter! She exclaimed. What in Merlin's name is going on? The castle is in an uproar, portraits are spreading wild tales about Dumbledore being dismissed, and the staircase refused to let me enter until just now. Harry stood, meeting her gaze steadily. It's all true, Professor. I've discovered I'm the heir to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and, by right of conquest, Slytherin. As majority owner of Hogwarts, I've removed Professor Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. McGonagall stared at him in shock, then at the ring on his finger, then at the transformed office around them. She sank into the nearest chair without waiting for an invitation. Impossible, she whispered. And yet, the castle wouldn't respond this way if it weren't true. It's true, Remus confirmed gently. We've seen the documentation from Gringotts. Harry is the rightful heir, and his claim to Hogwarts is legally and magically binding. McGonagall's sharp eyes narrowed. And what prompted this sudden discovery and equally sudden dismissal? Albus Dumbledore has led this school admirably for decades. Has he? Harry challenged. Under his leadership, I've faced Voldemort 3 times on school grounds. A basilisk petrified students for months before anyone took action. A possessed teacher, a fraud, a werewolf, sorry, Remus, and a Death Eater in disguise have all taught here. And let's not forget the Triwizard Tournament that ended with Cedric dead and Voldemort returned. Extraordinary circumstances, McGonagall began, were made worse by Dumbledore's secrecy and manipulation. Harry finished. And that's before we get into his personal betrayals. He pushed the financial records across the desk. He's been stealing from my family vaults since my parents died. Using my money to fund the order while I lived in a cupboard and wore cast-offs. McGonagall's face paled as she scanned the documents. When she looked up, her expression had hardened. If these records are accurate, then Albus has much to answer for. But removing him now, with you-know-who returned and the Ministry in denial? The timing couldn't be worse. Or better, Harry countered. Voldemort's back, and Dumbledore's had 14 years to prepare me. Instead, he's kept me in the dark, isolated me from allies, and left me vulnerable. That ends today. Hogwarts will become what it should have been all along, the safest place in Britain for students to learn how to defend themselves against the coming war. Something shifted in McGonagall's expression, respect, perhaps, or at least reassessment. You sound remarkably certain for a 15-year-old who just inherited an impossible burden. I've had practice with impossible burdens, Harry replied wryly. But I'm not planning to do this alone. In fact, we were just discussing who should serve as the new headmaster or headmistress. McGonagall straightened slightly. I assume, as deputy headmistress, I would be the natural successor. You would, Harry agreed. But I need to know where your loyalties lie, Professor. With Dumbledore? Or with the students of Hogwarts? A flash of indignation crossed her features. My loyalty has always been to this school and its students, Mr. Potter. While I respect Albus greatly, I have not always agreed with his methods or decisions. Such as? Harry pressed. McGonagall hesitated, then sighed. Such as leaving you with those dreadful muggles. I objected most strenuously at the time, though Albus insisted it was necessary for your protection. And I have questioned his handling of several incidents during your time here, particularly the Basilisk affair and the Triwizard Tournament. Harry nodded thoughtfully. If you became headmistress, would you be willing to implement reforms? Real changes to how Hogwarts operates? That would depend entirely on the nature of these reforms, McGonagall replied cautiously. I am not opposed to progress, but nor will I dismantle traditions that have served the school well for centuries. Fair enough, Harry conceded. How about this? Take the position as acting headmistress for the coming term. We'll work together on a plan for improvements. If we find we can collaborate effectively, the position becomes permanent. If not, we'll search for another candidate. McGonagall considered the offer, her expression unreadable. And what role would you play in this arrangement? As owner, but still a student? That's something we'll need to figure out, Harry admitted. I don't want to abandon my education, but I can't ignore my responsibilities either. Perhaps a special status of some kind? Independent study, Remus suggested. Harry could remain officially enrolled but follow a modified curriculum that accommodates his new duties. McGonagall nodded slowly. A workable compromise, provided you maintain acceptable academic standards, Mr. Potter. She extended her hand across the desk. Very well. I accept the position of acting headmistress, with the understanding that we will review the arrangement at the end of term. Harry shook her hand, feeling another piece of his impromptu plan fall into place. Thank you, Professor. Your first official task will be to help me draft an announcement to the wizarding world explaining these changes. And your second task, Moody interjected, should be reviewing the school's security. If Potter's taking a stand against both Dumbledore and the Ministry, Hogwarts will need every protection it can get. Agreed, McGonagall said briskly, already transitioning into her new role. We should also contact the Board of Governors before they hear the news elsewhere. While Mr. Potter's authority supersedes theirs, their cooperation would be valuable. Harry marveled at how quickly she'd adapted to the new situation. Perhaps he'd underestimated her independence from Dumbledore all these years. There's something else we need to address, Tonks said hesitantly. What about the Order? Most of them are fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. When word gets out, let them choose sides, Harry said firmly. I'm not against the Order's mission to fight Voldemort. I'm against Dumbledore's methods and secrecy. Anyone who shares those concerns is welcome to ally with us. And those who don't? Remus asked quietly. Harry met his gaze steadily. Then they stay with Dumbledore, and we find other allies. This isn't about destroying the Order, Remus. It's about creating alternatives to Dumbledore's my way or no way approach. As if summoned by their discussion, a silvery phoenix Patronus glided through the wall, hovering before them with Dumbledore's voice emerging from its beak. Emergency Order meeting at headquarters, 8 o'clock tonight. All members required to attend. The situation at Hogwarts will be addressed. The Patronus dissolved, leaving an uncomfortable silence in its wake. Well, Tonks said finally, that didn't take long. He's rallying his supporters, Moody observed. Smart move. Control the narrative before it controls you. Then we need to work faster, Harry decided. Professor McGonagall, could you draft the official announcement of the leadership change? Keep it professional and focused on improving Hogwarts, not on personal grievances against Dumbledore. Of course, she agreed. And what will you be doing in the meantime? Harry smiled grimly. Preparing for the Order meeting. I think it's time I made an appearance. That's a terrible idea, Remus objected immediately. You'd be walking into a room full of people loyal to Dumbledore, many of whom will see your actions today as a betrayal. Or a room full of good people who deserve to hear the truth directly from me, Harry countered. Besides, I own Grimmauld Place now too. It was on the inheritance list as a Black family property that passed to me through my godfather's designation. They're meeting in my house. This revelation produced another round of shocked expressions. Technically, Sirius still owns it, Remus corrected. He's alive, Harry, just in hiding. Actually, no, Harry said, checking his portfolio. According to Gringotts, Sirius legally transferred ownership to me last month, though he retains lifetime residency rights. Something about preventing the Ministry from seizing it if he's captured. Moody barked a laugh. Clever dog. He's made sure you have safe haven no matter what happens to him. His expression grew serious again. Still, attending the Order meeting remains risky. Dumbledore won't appreciate you challenging him on his home turf, so to speak. Which is precisely why I need to go, Harry insisted. Running away or hiding would only reinforce the image that I'm a child throwing a tantrum. I need to face them directly, explain my reasons, and offer an alternative path forward. If you're determined to go, you won't go alone, McGonagall declared unexpectedly. As the new headmistress of Hogwarts, I have a vested interest in how this situation resolves. I'll accompany you. Harry hadn't expected this support from McGonagall, who he'd always seen as Dumbledore's staunch ally. Perhaps she was more independent than he'd realized, or perhaps the financial documents had shaken her faith more deeply than she let on. Thank you, Professor, he said sincerely. In the meantime, she continued, I suggest you explore the headmaster's, or rather your, private library. There may be information there about your newfound connection to the castle that could prove useful. Harry nodded, glancing at the previously hidden door that had appeared behind the desk, presumably leading to the private collection McGonagall mentioned. One more thing, he said, turning to Moody. Would you be willing to stay at Hogwarts for the next few weeks? We could use someone with your experience to assess and strengthen the school's defenses. Moody considered the request, his magical eye swiveling to examine the office thoroughly. I could do that. Been meaning to take a closer look at those ward structures anyway, after last year's fiasco with Crouch Jr. Excellent, Harry said, feeling more confident with each passing minute. Tonks, could you reach out to Kingsley? We'll need allies in the Auror office when the Ministry inevitably tries to interfere. On it, Tonks agreed. Though it might cost him his job if Fudge finds out. Then be discreet, Harry advised. And Remus, would you? He trailed off, noticing the werewolf's troubled expression. What's wrong? Remus sighed heavily. I'm torn, Harry. I believe you about the financial improprieties. The evidence is clear. But Dumbledore gave me opportunities no one else would. He made me a prefect despite my condition, hired me as a professor when I couldn't find work elsewhere. My loyalty isn't easily set aside. Harry felt a pang of disappointment but nodded understanding. I'm not asking you to abandon him, Remus. Just to keep an open mind. Attend the meeting tonight. Listen to both sides. Then decide. That much I can promise. Remus agreed softly. The group dispersed shortly after, each with their assigned tasks. McGonagall retreated to her office to draft the announcement and contact the Board of Governors. Moody set off to begin his assessment of the castle's defenses. Tonks departed to discreetly contact Kingsley. And Remus left with a troubled expression and a promise to see Harry that evening. Alone in what was now his office, Harry finally allowed himself to feel the enormity of what he'd done. In the space of a few hours, he'd discovered his true heritage, claimed ownership of Hogwarts, fired Albus Dumbledore, and set himself on a collision course with both the Ministry and Voldemort. He should have been terrified. Instead, he felt a strange sense of calm certainty. For the first time in his life, he was taking control of his destiny rather than reacting to the plots and manipulations of others. The path ahead would be difficult, perhaps even dangerous, but it was his path to choose. Harry moved toward the private library door, eager to learn more about his connection to Hogwarts and the powers it might grant him. As he reached for the handle, he felt the castle's awareness brush against his consciousness. Welcome home, heir of founders. Much to learn. Much to restore. Yes, Harry agreed quietly, pushing the door open to reveal shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes. Let's begin. The next several hours passed in a blur of discovery. The headmaster's private library contained volumes dating back to the founders themselves, journals, spell books, architectural plans, and ward schemas that revealed Hogwarts to be far more than a simple school. It was a fortress, a sanctuary, and a repository of magical knowledge unrivaled in Wizarding Britain. Most fascinating were the founders' journals, which detailed their original vision for Hogwarts, not merely a school, but a community where magical learning and innovation flourished. Where students weren't segregated by arbitrary house divisions but encouraged to develop all aspects of their magical abilities. Where the curriculum evolved to meet the needs of each generation rather than clinging to tradition for tradition's sake. Somewhere along the centuries, that vision had been lost. The houses had become rivalries rather than complementary aspects of a complete magical education. The curriculum had stagnated, dropping subjects like healing, warding, and wandless magic that the founders had considered essential. And the connection between Hogwarts and the wider magical world had diminished, leaving graduates ill-prepared for the challenges beyond the castle walls. "This needs to change," Harry murmured, making notes on a parchment that had appeared at his elbow the moment he wished for something to write on. "All of it." A soft chime interrupted his research, reminding him that the order meeting would begin in 1 hour. He gathered his documentation, straightened his robes, still the casual set he'd worn to Diagon Alley, now seeming inadequate for his new status, and headed for the door. Professor McGonagall was waiting in the corridor outside, having exchanged her teaching robes for a more formal set in deep emerald. "Are you ready, Mr. Potter? This won't be easy." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But it's necessary. Did you finish the announcement?" She handed him a rolled parchment. "See for yourself. I've kept it factual and forward-looking, as requested." Harry skimmed the document, impressed by McGonagall's diplomatic phrasing. She had managed to announce Dumbledore's removal and her own appointment without casting explicit blame or making accusations that might alienate the public. The focus remained firmly on enhancing student safety and educational quality in light of Voldemort's return, goals no reasonable person could object to. "This is perfect," he said, returning the parchment. "When will it be released?" "I've arranged for copies to be delivered to the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and the Wizarding Wireless Network at precisely 9 o'clock tonight," McGonagall informed him. "By morning, all of Wizarding Britain will know." Harry nodded approval. "And the Board of Governors?" "I've summoned an emergency meeting for tomorrow morning." Most were surprised, to say the least, but none have overtly objected. "I suspect they're reserving judgment until they hear directly from you." "I'll be there," Harry promised. "Now, shall we head to Grimmauld Place?" McGonagall produced a small silver teaspoon. "Albus may have revoked your access to the Floo network in his office, but he cannot prevent the acting headmistress from creating portkeys within Hogwarts grounds." Harry smiled at her foresight. "One moment, Professor." He closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to the castle. "I'll be returning later tonight. Please allow Professor McGonagall full access in my absence." He felt the castle's acknowledgement ripple through him. When he opened his eyes, McGonagall was watching him with unveiled fascination. The connection between Hogwarts and its rightful heir is even stronger than the legends suggested, she observed. "You were actually communicating with the castle itself?" "It's hard to explain," Harry said. "It's not exactly sentient, but it's aware. And it responds to my intentions more than my words." "Extraordinary," McGonagall murmured. "The magical research possibilities alone are—" She caught herself, straightening. "But that's for another time. Shall we?" They both gripped the teaspoon, and McGonagall activated the portkey with a tap of her wand. The world blurred around them, resolving seconds later into the gloomy entrance hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place. The house seemed different somehow, cleaner, brighter, as if responding to Harry's newfound ownership just as Hogwarts had. The portrait of Sirius's mother, which usually screamed obscenities at the slightest disturbance, remained curiously silent as they passed. Voices drifted up from the kitchen below, growing louder as they approached the stairs. Harry recognized several: Sirius, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and of course, Dumbledore himself, whose calm, authoritative tone rose above the others. Most unfortunate misunderstanding that will be resolved shortly. Harry has discovered certain information about his heritage, but lacks the context to properly interpret it. I'm confident that once I've had the opportunity to explain. Harry paused at the kitchen door, taking a deep breath to steady himself. McGonagall placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. Remember, Mr. Potter. You are the heir to the Founders now, not just an ordinary student. Carry yourself accordingly. Harry nodded, straightened his shoulders, and pushed open the door. The kitchen fell silent as he entered with McGonagall close behind. Every head turned toward them, some in surprise, others in relief, and a few, notably Snape, who sat in a corner looking murderous, in barely concealed hostility. Dumbledore, seated at the head of the long table, recovered first. Harry, Minerva. How good of you to join us. We were just discussing today's developments. I heard, Harry replied coolly, remaining standing rather than taking a seat. You were explaining how I've misinterpreted my own inheritance. Please continue. I'm fascinated to learn how I've misunderstood the fact that you've been stealing from my vaults for 14 years. A collective intake of breath swept through the room. Sirius half rose from his chair, expression thunderous. What is he talking about, Albus? Dumbledore sighed heavily. A regrettable choice of terminology. The funds were allocated for Harry's protection and the greater efforts against Voldemort, with full intention of proper accounting when Harry came of age. Is that why there's not a single record of expenditures or authorizations in the Gringotts files? Harry challenged, pulling documents from his robes and placing them on the table. Is that why the Dursleys never received a canute for my upkeep while you were withdrawing hundreds of galleons monthly for exactly that purpose? Molly Weasley gasped, her face paling as she reached for one of the documents. These payments to me. I never received any money for Potter care and monitoring. Albus, what is this? Dumbledore's calm facade cracked slightly. Molly, there were certain arrangements made to ensure Harry's well-being both at Hogwarts and during summers. The financial aspects were merely formalities. Formalities? Arthur echoed, looking over his wife's shoulder at the parchment. Albus, these are regular payments in our name that we never received or authorized. That's fraud at best, theft at worst. And this? Sirius growled, snatching another document. A marriage contract between Harry and Ginny? Arranged when they were 12? Without consulting Harry, Ginny, or any of the Weasleys? The room erupted into chaos. Arthur looked stunned, Molly horrified. Fred and George, who Harry hadn't noticed in the corner, wore identical expressions of disgust. Ron was conspicuously absent, as were Ginny and Hermione. Enough! Dumbledore's voice, magically amplified, silenced the uproar. These documents, while concerning on their surface, represent complex arrangements made during desperate times. The war against Voldemort requires certain sacrifices and precautions that may appear questionable without proper context. Then provide that context, Albus, McGonagall said icily. Explain why Mr. Potter's inheritance was concealed from him despite Gringotts' quarterly notices. Explain why funds designated for his care were diverted elsewhere while he lived in deplorable conditions. Explain why marriage contracts were drafted without the knowledge of either party. Dumbledore's eyes had lost their customary twinkle. Minerva, I'm disappointed to see you taking such an adversarial position. I had hoped, given our years of collaboration, that you of all people would understand the necessity of my actions. What I understand, McGonagall replied sharply, is that you have systematically deceived not only Mr. Potter but all of us. These financial documents are not matters of interpretation or context. They are evidence of serious impropriety that cannot be dismissed with vague references to the greater good. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his new headmistress. Her support lent credibility to his accusations that his youth alone might have undermined. Sirius stood, moving to Harry's side. I want to know why my godson has been kept ignorant of his heritage when he should have been prepared for it from the moment he entered our world. And I want to know why, As his legal guardian, I was never informed of these financial arrangements or marriage contracts. You were in Azkaban, Sirius. Dumbledore reminded him gently. And later, a fugitive. There were practical limitations to what could be shared. And what's your excuse for not telling me when I became Harry's guardian last year? Sirius demanded. Or for continuing to withhold information even after Voldemort's return made the situation more urgent than ever? Dumbledore's gaze hardened slightly. I have made decisions based on information not available to all of you. There are prophecies, magical obligations, and strategic considerations that require a certain approach to Harry's development and protection. The prophecy, Harry said flatly. It wasn't a question. The one Voldemort was after in the Department of Mysteries. The one you've never bothered to share with me despite it apparently dictating my entire life. A heavy silence fell over the room. Even those Order members who had been staunchly supporting Dumbledore looked uncomfortable now. How do you know about that? Dumbledore asked quietly. Hogwarts showed me. Harry replied. Once I claimed my inheritance, the castle's knowledge became accessible to me. Not everything, not all at once, but enough to understand that there's a prophecy about me and Voldemort. A prophecy you've kept secret while pushing me towards some destiny I don't understand. This wasn't entirely true. Hogwarts hadn't specifically revealed the prophecy's existence, but Harry had pieced together enough hints from his research in the headmaster's library to make an educated guess. Dumbledore's reaction confirmed it. Harry, Dumbledore began, his tone conciliatory. I had intended to share the prophecy with you when you were ready. Ready? Harry interrupted. When would that be exactly? After another friend dies? After Voldemort attacks again? Or were you waiting until I'd conveniently married Ginny and transferred control of my vaults to you permanently? Molly made a choke sound. Albus, please tell me that's not true. Dumbledore's silence was damning. Here's what's going to happen. Harry continued, his voice steady despite the anger churning inside him. I have claimed my inheritance as the heir to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin by conquest. I have taken control of Hogwarts as its rightful owner. I have dismissed Albus Dumbledore as headmaster and appointed Professor McGonagall in his place. He paused, making eye contact with each Order member in turn. I am not here to destroy the Order of the Phoenix. I recognize the vital work you do against Voldemort. But I will no longer accept Dumbledore's leadership without transparency and accountability. So it's a coup, then? Snape sneered from his corner. Potter decides he's too important to follow rules like the rest of us. No, Professor, Harry replied evenly. It's a choice. Everyone in this room has a choice to make. You can continue following Dumbledore blindly, accepting his secrets and manipulations as necessary evils. Or you can join me in forging a new approach, one based on honesty, cooperation, and shared purpose. Sirius moved to stand beside Harry. I've made my choice. My loyalty is to my godson, as it should have been all along. As is mine, said McGonagall firmly. To Harry's surprise, the twins stood next. We're with Harry, Fred declared. Always have been, George added. One by one, others began to declare their positions. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward with a nod of respect. Tonks, who had slipped in during the confrontation, joined him. Arthur Weasley rose slowly, his expression pained but resolved. I cannot condone deception of this magnitude, he said quietly. Not even from you, Albus. The Weasleys stand with Harry. Molly remained seated, torn between her husband's decision and her long-standing trust in Dumbledore. Others too seemed conflicted, unwilling to commit either way in the face of such shocking revelations. Dumbledore watched the growing division with an expression of profound sadness. I fear you do not understand what you are doing, he said softly. The fight against Voldemort requires unity, not faction. By dividing our forces, you play directly into his hands. We're not divided on opposing Voldemort, Harry corrected. We're divided on how to do it. You want secret plans, manipulated pawns, and sacrifices made without consent. I want informed allies fighting alongside me because they choose to, not because they've been maneuvered into position. A noble sentiment, Dumbledore acknowledged. But perhaps a naive one. Not everyone can be trusted with the full truth, Harry. Some would misuse it. Others would break under its weight. That's not your decision to make, Harry insisted. Not anymore. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his power suddenly palpable in the small kitchen. Very well. If this is truly your choice, I will not force my leadership upon unwilling followers. Those who wish to remain with the Order as it has existed until now may join me at an alternate location. Those who wish to follow Mr. Potter's new vision may remain here. He turned toward the door, then paused. But remember this, Harry. Leadership means making difficult decisions that others cannot understand. It means carrying burdens alone so that others need not bear them. In time, you may find yourself making the very choices you now condemn me for. With that ominous prediction, Dumbledore swept from the room. Several Order members followed immediately: Snape, Mundungus Fletcher, Alpheus Doge, and a few others whose names Harry didn't know. Others lingered, clearly torn between loyalty to Dumbledore and the disturbing evidence before them. When the door closed behind the departing group, an awkward silence fell over those who remained. Harry looked around at the faces, some supportive, some uncertain, all waiting for him to speak. I don't have all the answers, he admitted. I don't have a master plan to defeat Voldemort. What I do have is a commitment to working together openly and honestly. No more secrets, no more manipulations, no more treating people as disposable pieces in a game of wizard's chess. It's a start, Sirius said approvingly. A damn good one. The question remains, Kingsley interjected, his deep voice calm and measured. What happens next? Dumbledore has been the strategic center of the Resistance for decades. Without his intelligence network and political connections, we're at a disadvantage. Then we build our own. Harry decided. Sirius has connections in the old pureblood families. Kingsley and Tonks have contacts in the Auror office. Professor McGonagall can rally support at Hogwarts. The Weasleys are respected in various circles. He looked around the room. Together, we probably know as much as Dumbledore does. We just need to share that knowledge effectively. And what of you-know-who? Asked Hestia Jones, who had remained behind. Dumbledore was the only wizard he ever feared. Without that deterrent, Voldemort will act more boldly, Harry acknowledged, refusing to use euphemisms. But he was already moving despite Dumbledore's opposition. The difference is that now we'll be prepared on multiple fronts, not just waiting for one man to tell us what to do. The discussion continued late into the night as they worked to reorganize what remained of the Order. Committees were formed for intelligence gathering, defense planning, and public outreach. Responsibilities were assigned based on skills and connections rather than Dumbledore's inscrutable preferences. And through it all, Harry found himself growing into a leadership role he had never sought but now embraced. By the time he and McGonagall prepared to return to Hogwarts, a new structure had begun to take shape, less hierarchical than Dumbledore's Order, more collaborative and transparent. Whether it would prove more effective remained to be seen, but Harry felt a cautious optimism he hadn't expected. You've done well tonight, McGonagall told him as they stepped into the entrance hall. Many adults would have faltered under such pressure. I've had practice, Harry replied with a wry smile. Though usually it's just Voldemort trying to kill me, not political maneuvering. In some ways, politics is the more dangerous battlefield, McGonagall observed. One always knows where one stands with a killing curse. As they prepared to activate their return portkey, the front door opened to admit a disheveled Remus Lupin. He had left midway through the meeting without declaring allegiance to either faction, his expression torn as he slipped away. Remus, Harry acknowledged cautiously. Have you decided? The werewolf ran a hand through his graying hair. I've spent hours walking London, thinking. Dumbledore gave me opportunities when no one else would. I owe him my education, my brief teaching career, perhaps even my life. Harry felt disappointment settle in his chest. I understand, but Remus continued. James and Lily would never have approved of how he's treated you. The financial misappropriation, the secrets, the isolation, they would have been furious. And so am I. He straightened, meeting Harry's gaze directly. If you'll have me, I'd like to join your effort. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Having Remus's support meant more than he could express. Always, he said simply, extending his hand. As Remus clasped it, Harry felt another piece of his new reality fall into place. The road ahead would be difficult, challenging Dumbledore, reforming Hogwarts, fighting Voldemort, but for the first time, he wouldn't be facing it alone or in the dark. He was Harry Potter, heir to the Founders, owner of Hogwarts, and master of his own destiny. And tomorrow, the wizarding world would know it. Chapter 2, Castle of Secrets. Morning sunlight streamed through the enchanted windows of the headmaster's, now Harry's, tower, painting golden patterns across ancient tomes and silver instruments. Harry stood at the balcony, watching as owls delivered the morning edition of the Daily Prophet throughout Wizarding Britain. By now, thousands would be reading McGonagall's carefully worded announcement about the change in Hogwarts leadership. The headlines would be explosive. The reactions unpredictable. Ready for the storm? Sirius asked, lounging in a nearby armchair. He had arrived at dawn, unable to sleep after the previous night's revelations. Harry turned from the window. Not really. But when have I ever been ready for anything? You handled the order meeting better than most ministry officials would have, Sirius observed, pride evident in his voice. James would have been throwing hexes by the second accusation. And my mother? Lily? Sirius laughed softly. She'd have systematically dismantled Dumbledore's arguments with such precision that he'd have been begging forgiveness by the end. Harry smiled, grateful for these small insights into his parents. I wish they were here. They'd be proud, Sirius said firmly. Taking control of your life, standing up to manipulation, reforming a 1,000-year-old institution. He gestured around the tower. This is the Potter legacy, not just wealth or titles, but the courage to challenge what's wrong and rebuild it better. A sharp crack announced the arrival of Dobby, who had insisted on becoming Harry's personal elf after learning of his new status. Master Harry Potter, sir! The elf's tennis ball eyes shone with excitement as he presented a silver tray. The newspapers is arriving, and many, many letters. Dobby is checking them all for curses and poisons. Yes, he is. Thank you, Dobby. Harry took the Daily Prophet from the top of the pile, bracing himself as he unfolded it. The front page was dominated by a massive headline: Hogwarts heir emerges, Potter claims founder's legacy, dismisses Dumbledore. Beneath it was a surprisingly dignified photo of Harry from the Triwizard Tournament, alongside an older image of Dumbledore. The article itself was remarkably balanced, presenting the facts of Harry's inheritance claim and the change in leadership without sensationalism. McGonagall's statement was quoted in full, emphasizing the focus on student safety and educational excellence. Skeeter didn't write this, Harry noted with surprise. It's too factual. Sirius peered over his shoulder. Barnabas Cuff's byline. The editor himself took the story. Smart move, too important to trust to a staff reporter. Harry scanned the rest of the paper. The inside pages contained more detailed analysis, including Goblin confirmation of his inheritance claim, legal experts discussing the validity of founders' rights, and educational historians comparing Hogwarts under Dumbledore to previous administrations. They're being cautious, Sirius observed. Not taking sides yet. They want to see which way the political winds blow. What about Fudge? The ministry? Harry asked, searching for any official response. Sirius flipped to page 3. Here we go. Minister Fudge calls emergency Wisendamat session to address Hogwarts situation. Quotes him expressing deep concern over stability of educational system and potential disruption to upcoming term. Translation: he's panicking and looking for ways to regain control, Harry said grimly. Precisely. Sirius set the paper aside. The ministry can't directly challenge Founder's magic, but they can make life difficult in other ways. Funding, regulations, school inspections. Let them try, Harry replied, his determination hardening. Hogwarts was established as an independent institution for good reason. The Ministry's authority here has always been limited. A silver lynx Patronus materialized in the center of the room, speaking with Kingsley's deep voice. Ministry in chaos. Fudge demanding action against Potter coup. Wisengamot divided. Umbridge pushing educational decree giving Ministry oversight of Hogwarts. Vote expected by afternoon. Prepare accordingly. The Patronus dissolved, leaving an ominous silence. That didn't take long. Sirius muttered. We need to move faster than they do. Harry decided. Get the Board of Governors fully on our side before the Ministry can pressure them. Implement enough positive changes that students and parents will resist interference. Smart. Sirius approved. What's first on your agenda? Harry consulted the parchment he'd been working on since dawn. Meeting with the board at 9. Then reviewing the wards with Moody and Bill Weasley. This afternoon, curriculum planning with McGonagall and the heads of houses. And somewhere in there, you need to talk to your friends. Sirius reminded him gently. Ron and Hermione deserve to hear about this directly from you, not from newspapers or rumors. Harry winced. In the whirlwind of the past 24 hours, he hadn't contacted his closest friends. You're right. I'll write them now, ask them to come to Hogwarts today. A soft chime from the office below interrupted their conversation. The gargoyle reports visitors seeking entrance. Harry explained, feeling the castle's notification through their connection. The Board of Governors, arriving early. Need me to stay? Sirius offered. Harry shook his head. I need to handle this myself. But could you reach out to Hermione and Ron? Arrange for them to visit this evening? Sirius nodded, transforming into his animagus form to avoid being recognized as he left. Harry straightened his new formal robes, hastily acquired by Dobby from Twilfit and Tattings at First Light, and headed downstairs to meet his first official challenge as Hogwarts owner. The 12 members of the Board of Governors waited in the office below, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. Harry recognized a few faces. Lucius Malfoy, looking coldly calculating, Augusta Longbottom, formidable in her vulture hat, and Theodore Nott Sr., whose son shared classes with Harry. Good morning, Harry greeted them, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. Thank you for coming on such short notice. As if we had a choice, drawled Malfoy. When the castle wards physically transported us here the moment we stepped onto the grounds. Harry blinked in surprise. I didn't authorize that. The castle appears to have its own ideas about efficiency. Professor McGonagall explained as she entered behind the governors. Good morning, Mr. Potter. I see Hogwarts has expedited our meeting. Harry felt a gentle amusement through his connection with the castle, as if it were pleased with its initiative. A little warning next time, he thought toward the presence in his mind. The sensation of apologetic acknowledgement was disconcerting but not unpleasant. Please be seated, Harry invited, gesturing to the conference table that had appeared overnight, replacing Dumbledore's more imposing desk arrangement. We have much to discuss. As the governors arranged themselves, Harry noticed their seating choices revealed existing alliances. Malfoy's faction to one side, Augusta Longbottom's to another, with a cautious middle group watching both. McGonagall took position at Harry's right hand, a clear statement of their alliance. Let's address the Sphinx in the room. Harry began. My claim to Hogwarts is legitimate, confirmed by Gringotts inheritance testing and acknowledged by the castle's own magic. Professor Dumbledore has been removed as headmaster, and Professor McGonagall appointed in his place. These facts are not negotiable. Bold statements from a 15-year-old. Observed Nott Sr., his thin lips curling. Perhaps you might enlighten us as to why such drastic action was necessary? Because under Dumbledore's leadership, this school has repeatedly failed in its primary duty, keeping students safe. Harry replied evenly. A possessed teacher. A basilisk. Dementors on school grounds. A Death Eater impersonating a professor for an entire year. The death of Cedric Diggory. And those are just incidents I personally witnessed. A murmur ran through the governors. Augusta Longbottom nodded grimly, while Malfoy's expression remained carefully neutral. Beyond safety concerns, Harry continued, there are serious questions about educational quality. Our curriculum has barely changed in centuries. We've eliminated practical subjects like healing and warding that the founders considered essential. And our divisions between houses have become toxic rather than complementary. You propose to completely overhaul a 1,000-year-old institution based on a few months' ownership? Asked a witch Harry didn't recognize, her tone skeptical. No, Harry corrected. I propose to restore Hogwarts to what the founders intended it to be. I've spent the night reading their original journals and plans. Their vision was revolutionary, a place where magical knowledge was preserved and advanced, where students learned every aspect of magic, not just wand-waving and potion brewing. He withdrew 4 ancient leather-bound volumes from his robes, placing them carefully on the table. These are the personal journals of Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. They detail their original curriculum, teaching methods and goals for Hogwarts. I invite you all to examine them. The governors leaned forward with newfound interest. Even Malfoy couldn't disguise his curiosity at the sight of Slytherin's journal. These are priceless historical artifacts, breathed an elderly wizard. They've been lost for centuries. Not lost, Harry corrected. Hidden. Along with much else about Hogwarts' true potential. Augusta Longbottom fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. What exactly do you intend to do, Mr. Potter? Reform, not revolution, Harry assured them. Professor McGonagall will implement changes gradually, starting with enhanced security measures and curriculum updates. The house system will remain but with modifications to encourage cooperation. And we'll be restoring courses that have been eliminated over the centuries. With what staff? Challenged Malfoy. Your inheritance doesn't magically create qualified professors. A valid concern, Harry acknowledged. We're recruiting now and will have a complete faculty before term begins. Additionally, we'll be introducing guest lecturers from various magical disciplines to supplement our core staff. McGonagall distributed folders containing detailed proposals for the coming term, staffing plans, curriculum adjustments, security enhancements, and budget allocations. Harry watched with satisfaction as the governor's expressions shifted from skepticism to reluctant interest as they reviewed the materials. This is surprisingly comprehensive, admitted a witch with silver-streaked hair. Particularly the security measures. Layered wards, emergency evacuation protocols, screening of all incoming mail and parcels. Necessary precautions given recent events, McGonagall stated. We can no longer pretend the return of you-know-who doesn't affect our students' safety. Malfoy's head snapped up. You persist in that claim? Without evidence? The evidence was presented to the ministry and dismissed. Harry replied coldly. Cedric Diggory's death was not an accident. I witnessed Voldemort's return personally. Several governors flinched at the name, but Harry pressed on. Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant to Hogwarts' security needs. Enhanced protections benefit everyone, regardless of what threats may exist. Augusta Longbottom thumped her hand on the table. Well said, Mr. Potter. I, for one, support these proposals. It's high time Hogwarts remembered its responsibility to protect children, not just educate them. Over the next hour, they debated specifics of the plan. Surprisingly, even Malfoy offered constructive suggestions regarding the Slytherin dormitory security and legacy family's concerns. By meeting's end, a tentative consensus had emerged. The board would officially recognize Harry's ownership claim and McGonagall's appointment, in exchange for ongoing consultation regarding major institutional changes. A productive beginning, McGonagall observed as the governors departed. You handled them remarkably well, Mr. Potter. I'm learning, Harry replied, suddenly exhausted despite the early hour. Though I suspect Malfoy's cooperation has ulterior motives. Undoubtedly, McGonagall agreed. But a Slytherin playing politics is less dangerous than one plotting in shadows. Now, I believe Professor Moody and Mr. Weasley are waiting to review the wards? Harry nodded, grateful for McGonagall's organizational efficiency. As she left to escort the last governors from the castle, he sank into his chair, allowing himself a moment of doubt. Was he truly capable of managing all this? Or was he just a boy playing at leadership, destined to fail when the real challenges arrived? A gentle warmth flowed through his connection to Hogwarts, not words but a sense of reassurance. You are not alone, the castle seemed to say. We face this together. Drawing strength from that ancient presence, Harry rose and headed for the ward stone chamber deep beneath the castle. Whatever came next, he would meet it standing tall. The castle's deepest foundations predated even the founders, carved from living rock by forgotten magic. Harry descended staircases that hadn't been used in centuries, guided by Hogwarts itself through passages that shifted and revealed themselves at his approach. Blimey! Bill Weasley whistled as wall sconces flared to life before them. I'm a professional curse breaker, and I've never seen anything like this. The castle's literally creating a path for you. Founder's magic, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly as it attempted to see through the ancient stones. Beyond ministry classification. Beyond most modern understanding. They reached a circular chamber dominated by a massive crystalline structure, the central ward stone of Hogwarts, pulsing with multicolored light. Surrounding it were 4 smaller stones, each bearing the emblem of a founder. The heart of Hogwarts' defenses. Moody explained, approaching reverently. I've heard rumors, but never thought I'd see it myself. Most headmasters never gain access. Harry felt drawn to the central stone. As he approached, the crystal's glow intensified, colors shifting until 4 distinct hues predominated: Gryffindor red, Ravenclaw blue, Hufflepuff yellow, and Slytherin green. It's recognizing you, Bill observed. Try touching it. Harry hesitated, then placed his palm against the crystal's smooth surface. Instantly, information flooded his mind: thousands of protection spells, detection wards, defensive enchantments, and magical barriers, all layered and interwoven throughout the castle and grounds. He could feel where they had weakened over centuries of neglect, where they had been modified by successive headmasters, where they had been deliberately bypassed. The wards are compromised, he said aloud, eyes still closed as he processed the information. Multiple entry points have been created over the years. The protective enchantments against dark artifacts have been selectively disabled. And there's a network of monitoring spells tied directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's work? Moody asked. Some of it, Harry confirmed, opening his eyes. But many changes predate him. Generations of headmasters adjusting things for convenience or specific purposes, never restoring them afterward. Bill approached the stone cautiously. This is why Hogwarts' security has been so inconsistent. The foundational wards are intact but bypassed, like putting a door in a fortress wall and forgetting to guard it. Can you repair them? Harry asked. Bill studied the crystal thoughtfully. Not alone. This is beyond even Gringotts' warding standards. But with your connection to the castle, my expertise, and Moody's knowledge of defensive magic, maybe. Then let's begin, Harry decided. Hogwarts needs to be secure before students return. For the next several hours, they worked systematically through the ward structure. Harry acted as conduit, using his connection to the castle to access the ancient magic. Bill provided the technical expertise, identifying weaknesses and designing solutions. Moody contributed practical defensive knowledge, anticipating potential attacks and countering them. By midday, they had closed the most glaring vulnerabilities: unmonitored secret passages, flawed detection wards, and outdated protective enchantments. The central ward stone now pulsed with renewed vigor, its light steadier and more brilliant than before. A good start, Moody approved, wiping sweat from his brow. But only a start. I'd recommend daily sessions until term begins. Layer by layer, rebuilding the protections as they should be. Harry nodded agreement, though exhaustion pulled at him. Channeling the castle's magic was draining in ways he hadn't anticipated. What about immediate threats? The ministry, for instance? That's the beauty of it, Bill explained, grinning. The Founder's wards don't recognize ministry authority. With the original protections restored, no one, not Aurors, not the minister himself, can enter Hogwarts against the castle's will. Which brings us to a critical decision. Moody added, suddenly serious. How far are you willing to go, Potter? These defenses can be passive, simply keeping threats out, or active, responding with force against intruders. Harry hesitated. The power to make Hogwarts impenetrable was tempting, especially with threats from both Voldemort and the Ministry looming. But turning the school into an armed fortress felt like a step too far. Passive for now, he decided. Focus on detection and prevention rather than retaliation. Hogwarts should be a sanctuary, not a weapon. Moody nodded approvingly. Wise choice. Better to have options in reserve than escalate immediately. As they ascended from the depths, Harry felt the castle's magic settle into its renewed patterns, stronger and more cohesive than before. Throughout the corridors and towers, suits of armor straightened, paintings became more alert, and even the stone itself seemed to gain definition and purpose. Hogwarts was awakening from centuries of dormancy, responding to the presence of a true heir for the first time in generations. They emerged into the entrance hall to find it buzzing with unexpected activity. Professors had begun returning early, drawn by news of the leadership change. House elves scurried about with unusual visibility, engaged in deep cleaning that went beyond their usual work. And at the center of it all stood McGonagall, directing the controlled chaos with brisk efficiency. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Potter," she called, spotting him. "We have several matters requiring your attention. The Ministry has issued their first educational decree, attempting to establish an inquisitorial position at Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick has discovered concerning gaps in the examination preparation for OWL students. And Ms. Granger has arrived early, quite insistent about speaking with you immediately." "Hermione's here?" Harry asked, suddenly alert despite his fatigue. "Where?" "I left her in the library, where she promptly disappeared among the restricted section books that apparently now recognize her as having unlimited access." McGonagall's tone was dry but not disapproving. "The castle seems to have developed opinions about who should be granted special privileges." Harry felt a flicker of amusement through his connection with Hogwarts. The castle was indeed making its own judgments, extending his authority in ways he hadn't explicitly directed. "I'll speak with Hermione first," he decided. "Then we can address the Ministry's decree and the curriculum issues together." McGonagall nodded agreement. "Very well. I'll continue organizing the staff while you attend to Ms. Granger. We'll convene in the Great Hall at 3 o'clock to address everyone collectively." Harry made his way to the library, noting changes throughout the castle as he walked. Corridors seemed brighter, portraits more animated, even the air itself felt fresher and charged with magical energy. Hogwarts was rejuvenating itself, responding to his presence, and intent in ways he was only beginning to understand. He found Hermione surrounded by towering stacks of books, her hair wilder than usual from running her hands through it repeatedly. She looked up as he approached, her expression a complex mixture of concern, curiosity, and what might have been hurt. "Harry James Potter," she said, closing her current volume with deliberate care. 48 hours ago, you were at Grimmauld Place complaining about being kept in the dark. Now you're the owner of Hogwarts, have fired Dumbledore, and are apparently revolutionizing magical education, all without so much as an owl to your best friends." Harry winced. "I was going to write, but everything happened so fast, I had to learn about it from the Daily Prophet, Harry." Hermione interrupted, her voice rising slightly. "The Daily Prophet? After everything we've been through together?" "I'm sorry," Harry said sincerely. "You're right. I should have contacted you immediately." Hermione studied him for a moment, then her expression softened. "Well, at least you look properly apologetic. Sit down and tell me everything, and I mean everything, Harry. No edited highlights." For the next hour, Harry recounted the events since his Gringotts visit, including details he hadn't shared with others, his sense of betrayal upon discovering Dumbledore's financial manipulations, the castle's awakening consciousness connecting with his mind, and his fears about whether he was truly qualified to manage such enormous responsibility. Hermione listened without interruption, her analytical mind visibly processing each new piece of information. When he finally fell silent, she remained quiet for several moments before responding. "This explains so much," she said finally. "All those times Dumbledore seemed strangely passive about threats in the school. He wasn't incompetent, he was orchestrating. Testing me." Harry agreed grimly. "Seeing how I'd handle each challenge." "But why?" Hermione pressed. "What purpose could possibly justify such risks?" Harry hesitated, then shared his suspicion about the prophecy. "I think there's something that says I have to face Voldemort eventually. Dumbledore's been shaping me for that confrontation, like training a soldier." Hermione's expression darkened. "That's monstrous. You're a person, not a weapon. Which is why I had to break free," Harry said. "Take control before the next crisis hits." "But Hermione, I'm in way over my head. Reforming Hogwarts, fighting the Ministry, preparing for Voldemort. I need help." A slow smile spread across Hermione's face. "Well, it's about time you admitted it." She gestured to the books surrounding them. "I've been researching Hogwarts governance since dawn. Did you know the school originally had specialized instructors for 17 distinct magical disciplines? Or that the founders created a system of magical apprenticeships for 7th years?" Harry blinked at her in amazement. "How did you access that information? Those records should be sealed." "They were," Hermione confirmed with a hint of smugness. "Until I touched them. The books simply opened for me. Madame Pants nearly fainted when she saw me reading Ravenclaw's personal annotations. The castle recognized you," Harry realized. "It's extending privileges to people it considers trustworthy. Or people you consider trustworthy," Hermione suggested. "Either way, I've compiled notes on the original Hogwarts structure, curriculum, and teaching methods." She handed him several feet of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. "These could be invaluable for your reforms." Harry scanned the document, impressed as always by Hermione's thoroughness. "This is brilliant. Would you consider taking a formal role? Something like educational research director or curriculum advisor?" Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry, I'm still a student." "So am I," he pointed out. "But that hasn't stopped me from becoming owner and de facto headmaster. The old rules don't apply anymore, Hermione. We're building something new." She bit her lip, clearly tempted. "What about my studies?" "OWLs are this year. Consider this applied learning," Harry suggested. "Besides, who says we can't improve the OWL preparation process while we're at it?" A spark of enthusiasm lit Hermione's eyes. "I do have some thoughts about examination preparation. The current system emphasizes memorization over practical application, which contradicts everything we know about effective learning." Harry smiled as Hermione launched into an impassioned critique of wizarding educational methods. This was the friend he needed, brilliant, meticulous, and unafraid to challenge established norms. With Hermione managing curriculum reform, McGonagall handling administration, and Moody securing the castle, his leadership team was taking shape. "There's just one more thing," Hermione said, suddenly serious again. "Ron." Harry's smile faded. "He hasn't answered Sirius's message?" "No, and I'm worried about his reaction." Hermione twisted a strand of hair nervously. "You know how he gets about you receiving special attention. And this is rather more significant than being chosen for the Triwizard Tournament." "It's not like I asked for this," Harry said defensively. "I know that, and logically, Ron knows it too. But emotions aren't logical, are they?" Hermione sighed. "Plus, there's the complication with his parents. That marriage contract with Ginny, the payments to his mother, even if they were Dumbledore's doing, it affects his family directly." Harry hadn't considered how the revelations about the Weasleys might impact his friendship with Ron. "What should I do?" "Be honest," Hermione advised. "Like you were with me. Don't try to minimize things or manage his reaction. Just tell him everything and give him space to process it. Before Harry could respond, a silvery terrier Patronus bounded into the library, speaking with Arthur Weasley's voice. Harry, the Ministry is moving faster than expected. Fudge has signed Educational Decree No. 22, authorizing the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor with power to evaluate and dismiss Hogwarts staff. She's preparing to depart for Hogwarts now with an Auror escort. Estimated arrival within 2 hours. The Patronus dissolved, leaving Harry and Hermione staring at each other in alarm. This is bad, Hermione said, already gathering her notes. Umbridge is Fudge's senior undersecretary, completely loyal to him and notoriously anti-half-breed. If she gains authority at Hogwarts, she won't, Harry stated firmly, rising from his seat. The wards have been reinforced. No one enters Hogwarts against my will, Ministry official or not. You're going to bar a Ministry representative? Hermione asked, eyes wide. Harry, that's practically declaring independence from magical Britain's government. If that's what it takes to protect Hogwarts, then yes, Harry replied, striding toward the exit. Dumbledore compromised too often, allowed too many external influences to endanger students. I won't make the same mistake. Hermione hurried after him, still clutching her research materials. I agree Umbridge is trouble, but outright defiance might provoke a more severe response. We need a strategy that acknowledges Ministry authority while limiting their actual power. Harry slowed, considering her words. What do you suggest? Let her enter, Hermione proposed. But on our terms. Restrict her access, mandate that all interactions with staff and students be supervised, and most importantly, require that any reports or evaluations be reviewed by you before submission to the Ministry. She'd never agree to those conditions, Harry pointed out. She doesn't need to agree, Hermione countered. The wards can enforce them automatically. She either complies with Hogwarts rules, or she doesn't enter at all. Either way, we maintain control while appearing reasonable to the public. Harry considered the suggestion. It was more diplomatic than his intended approach while still protecting the school's autonomy. All right. We'll try it your way first. But at the first sign she's endangering students or staff, she's gone. They reached the entrance hall to find McGonagall already mobilizing in response to Arthur's warning. Professors gathered in small groups, their expressions tense. House elves had vanished from sight, retreating to their usual invisibility. The castle itself seemed to have grown more vigilant, its magic gathering like a storm cloud. Mr. Potter, McGonagall acknowledged as they approached. I presume you received Arthur's message? Yes, Harry confirmed. We need to prepare for Umbridge's arrival. Hermione suggests allowing her entry under strict conditions rather than barring her completely. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly at Hermione's inclusion in strategic decisions, but she nodded approval. A measured approach. What specific restrictions do you propose? As they outlined the plan, other key staff joined the discussion. Flitwick offered charms to monitor Umbridge's movements and communications. Sprout suggested limiting her access to student dormitories and common areas. Even Snape, still coldly formal but apparently accepting the new reality, proposed magical contracts to prevent interference with teaching methods. Within the hour, they had established a comprehensive protocol for managing Umbridge's presence. The wards were adjusted to permit her entry while enforcing specific limitations on her authority and movements. Staff were briefed on appropriate interactions, emphasizing professional courtesy while maintaining firm boundaries. Everything was in place by the time the castle's outer sensors detected approaching Ministry personnel. Harry stood on the front steps, flanked by McGonagall and Hermione, as a group of figures crested the hill from Hogsmeade. At their center, unmistakable even at a distance, was Dolores Umbridge, squat, toad-like, and dressed in an offensive shade of pink that clashed violently with the scarlet robes of the Aurors accompanying her. Remember, Hermione murmured, reasonable but firm. We're not opposing the Ministry, just ensuring proper procedures. Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders as the delegation approached. Through his connection with Hogwarts, he could feel the castle's magic surrounding them, ready to enforce the boundaries they'd established. Umbridge stopped several paces from the steps, her wide mouth stretched in a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Mr. Potter," she greeted in a girlish, high-pitched voice that set Harry's teeth on edge. "How enterprising of you to claim such lofty heritage. The minister sends his regards and his concern for Hogwarts during this transitional period." "Thank you for your concern, Madam Umbridge," Harry replied evenly. "Hogwarts welcomes ministry cooperation in ensuring educational standards. Professor McGonagall and I were just reviewing plans for the upcoming term." Umbridge's smile tightened fractionally. "Indeed. Well, as newly appointed High Inquisitor, I'll be taking a more direct role in those plans. The minister feels that recent disruptions warrant closer oversight." She produced an official-looking scroll, which one of the aurists delivered to McGonagall. The deputy headmistress unrolled it, scanning its contents with a carefully neutral expression. "Educational Decree No. 22. McGonagall read aloud. "Establishing the position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor with authority to inspect classes, evaluate teaching methods, and recommend staffing changes to ensure ministry educational standards are maintained." She rolled the document closed. "The school acknowledges receipt of this decree, Madam Umbridge. However, I must inform you that as an institution established prior to the ministry's formation, Hogwarts operates under its original charter, which places final authority over all school matters with the owner and board of governors." Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of puce. "The ministry's authority supersedes any such charter, particularly when educational quality is at risk. Now, if you'll show me to my office, there seems to be a misunderstanding," Harry interjected smoothly. "The decree establishes your right to inspect and evaluate. It does not provide for a permanent office or residence at Hogwarts." "Don't be absurd, Potter," Umbridge snapped, her sugary tones slipping. "How am I to perform my duties without proper accommodations? The same way ministry inspectors have always functioned." Hermione spoke up, her voice calm and authoritative despite her age. "Through scheduled visits, documented observations, and formal reports. Hogwarts will, of course, cooperate fully with any reasonable inspection process." Umbridge's gaze shifted to Hermione, narrowing dangerously. "And who might you be to address a senior ministry official, young lady?" "Hermione Granger, Educational Research Director," Harry answered before Hermione could respond. "Ms. Granger has been instrumental in developing our enhanced curriculum based on Founder's materials recently recovered from the school archives." The improvised title slipped out naturally, and Harry noted Hermione's momentary surprise before she composed herself, nodding professionally. "I'd be happy to share our research with the ministry, Madam Umbridge. Educational transparency benefits everyone." Umbridge looked as if she'd swallowed something unpleasant. "I see. Well, impromptu appointments aside, the decree clearly states that the High Inquisitor shall have all necessary access and accommodations to fulfill her duties." "And you shall," McGonagall assured her. "During official inspection hours, which must be scheduled in advance with the headmaster's office. Hogwarts takes the safety of all visitors seriously, particularly ministry officials whose work may attract unwanted attention." It was a masterful implication, suggesting that restrictions were for Umbridge's protection rather than limitation. The aurists exchanged glances, clearly more comfortable with security measures than with political maneuvering. Additionally, Harry added, all ministry personnel entering Hogwarts must agree to the standard visitor protocols established by Founder's magic. He gestured to the shimmering barrier that had materialized across the castle entrance, invisible until now but suddenly apparent to all. Simply a magical acknowledgement that you will respect the castle's boundaries and not endanger its occupants. Umbridge stared at the barrier with suspicion. What precisely does this acknowledgement entail? Only what I've stated, Harry replied innocently. Respect for boundaries, commitment to safety. The same standards applied to all visitors, including governors, parents, and ministry officials. What he didn't mention were the specific limitations they'd encoded into the barrier, restrictions on Umbridge's ability to question students without faculty present, prevention of unauthorized searches or seizures, and most importantly, a magical binding that would prevent her from implementing punishments not approved by McGonagall. This seems highly irregular, Umbridge protested, turning to the Aurors for support. Surely the Ministry cannot be expected to submit to unspecified magical constraints. The lead Auror, a weathered wizard with graying temples, looked uncomfortable. The decree grants inspection authority, Madam Umbridge, not exemption from established magical protections. We can verify the barrier's purposes as stated, but if its founder's magic as Mr. Potter claims, it is, confirmed a second Auror, who had been casting diagnostic spells. Ancient protections, recently renewed. Standard non-aggression and boundary recognition enchantments, nothing sinister. He couldn't detect, the specialized restrictions targeting Umbridge specifically. Those were woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts itself, beyond the reach of standard Ministry detection. Umbridge's face contorted with barely suppressed rage before smoothing into a simpering smile. Very well. If these precautions are standard for all visitors, I shall of course comply. The Ministry has nothing to hide. She stepped forward, passing through the barrier with visible reluctance. The magic flashed briefly, acknowledging her agreement to its terms. The Aurors followed, each triggering a similar response from the wards. Excellent, McGonagall said briskly. Now, we've prepared a visitor's schedule outlining available inspection times, staff office hours, and appropriate observation protocols. You'll find everything detailed in this welcome packet. She handed Umbridge a thick folder that Hermione had hastily assembled during their preparations. The toad-like woman accepted it with poorly disguised annoyance. I shall review these suggestions and inform you of my intended schedule, Umbridge stated, emphasizing her perceived authority. The Minister expects my first report by week's end. Of course, Harry agreed pleasantly. Professor McGonagall will show you to the visitors' quarters where you can refresh yourself before this afternoon's staff meeting. We're discussing curriculum enhancements that I'm sure will interest the Ministry. As McGonagall led the fuming Umbridge and her Auror escort into the castle, Harry exchanged a satisfied glance with Hermione. Round 1 had gone to Hogwarts. That was brilliant, Hermione whispered once they were alone. The visitor protocols, the barrier acknowledgement, all perfectly reasonable on the surface but effectively neutralizing her authority. It was your idea, Harry reminded her. I was ready to bar the doors completely. Yes, well, sometimes subtlety trumps direct confrontation. Hermione straightened her robes with a hint of pride. Educational Research Director, Harry grinned. The position was created about 30 seconds before I announced it. Congratulations on your appointment, Director Granger. It's going to drive her mad, Hermione observed, watching Umbridge's retreating form. A Muggle-born student with an administrative title, implementing Founder's curriculum that contradicts Ministry doctrine. That's just a bonus, Harry replied. The real value is having you officially involved in the reforms. No one understands educational theory better than you, Hermione. She blushed slightly at the praise. We should probably create some sort of official structure, though. If I'm suddenly director, what does that make Neville or Luna if they join us? We can't just hand out grand titles to every friend who supports you. Why not? Harry challenged. The Founders started with just 4 people transforming magical education. Why can't we do the same? Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it thoughtfully. You know, there's actually precedent for that in the original Hogwarts model. Each founder had apprentices who eventually became specialized instructors. They were called, hold on, I read this just this morning. The emissaries? Supplied a dreamy voice from behind them. They turned to find Luna Lovegood standing at the castle entrance, radish earrings swinging gently as she tilted her head. 4 from each founder, representing the elements of their house's magic. They're mentioned in Ravenclaw's personal grimoire, though most historians consider them mythical. Luna! Hermione exclaimed in surprise. When did you arrive? Just now, Luna replied serenely. The castle sent me a dream last night, showing me walking through the front gates today at precisely this hour. It was most insistent, so here I am. She turned her protuberant eyes to Harry. You've awakened her properly. She's been half asleep for centuries, you know. Harry stared at Luna in amazement. The castle had summoned her? Without his knowledge or direction. Luna, what exactly did you see in this dream? Oh, many things, Luna said airily, stepping past them into the entrance hall. 16 students forming a new council. Ancient magic being taught again. The Grey Lady smiling for the first time in a millennium. She paused, looking back at them. And you, Harry, standing in the Great Hall with the Sword of Gryffindor, facing a choice that will determine Hogwarts' fate. Hermione and Harry exchanged concerned glances. Luna's apparent non-sequiturs often contained unexpected insights, but this sounded ominously specific. Did the dream show what choice I made? Harry asked carefully. Luna shook her head. That page hasn't been written yet. But the castle believes in you, or it wouldn't have awakened so completely. She smiled dreamily. I'm rather looking forward to being a Ravenclaw emissary. The wisdom element, I think, though traditionally that would be air. Before Harry could question her further, the entrance hall filled with returning staff members streaming in from their various tasks around the castle. McGonagall approached, having successfully deposited Umbridge in the visitors' wing. Ah, Ms. Lovegood. She greeted Luna without apparent surprise. Right on schedule. The others have begun gathering in the room of requirement, as you suggested in your owl. What owl? Harry asked, thoroughly confused now. The one Ms. Lovegood sent this morning, detailing the formation of a student leadership council to assist with implementing the Founder's educational model. McGonagall explained. 16 students, 4 from each house, serving as liaisons between faculty and their peers. The emissaries, I believe she called them. Luna smiled serenely. The castle is most efficient when properly awake. Harry felt a distinct sense of amusement through his connection with Hogwarts, confirming his growing suspicion that the castle itself was orchestrating events beyond his direct control. It had identified Luna as an ally and apparently worked through her to advance plans Harry hadn't even conceived yet. The room of requirement? He asked, deciding to focus on practical matters rather than metaphysical ones. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Hermione supplied. It transforms into whatever space you need. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Harry and Luna finished in unison. Actually, I was going to say Ravenclaw's personal annotations to the castle blueprints. Hermione corrected primly. The room was her creation, a space that could adapt to any teaching requirement without needing permanent reconstruction. Brilliant, Harry murmured, adding yet another wonder to his growing understanding of Hogwarts' capabilities. And who exactly is meeting us there? Neville Longbottom arrived with his grandmother after the board meeting. McGonagall informed him. The Weasley twins returned with their father an hour ago. Ms. Weasley and Mr. Ronald Weasley came through the flue in my office shortly thereafter. And several others have arrived independently. Ms. Lovegood apparently contacted quite a few trusted students. Harry shot Luna a questioning look. You've been organizing without me? Not organizing, Luna corrected gently. Simply answering the castle's call. It knows who belongs in the circle, Harry. Old magic always does. With that cryptic statement, she drifted toward the grand staircase. Hermione hurried after her, peppering her with questions about Ravenclaw's annotations and the historical emissaries. McGonagall and Harry followed more sedately. Should I be concerned that Hogwarts is recruiting students independently? Harry asked quietly. I believe the castle simply reflects your own subconscious desires, Mr. Potter, McGonagall replied thoughtfully. Those students gathering upstairs are precisely those who have demonstrated loyalty to you personally or to Hogwarts' well-being. The castle has merely expedited connections you would have made eventually. That made a certain sense, Harry had to admit. Every name McGonagall had mentioned belonged to someone he trusted implicitly or had fought alongside at some point. What about Ron? He asked. How did he seem when he arrived? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Conflicted, certainly. But present, Mr. Potter. That alone should tell you something important about where his loyalties ultimately lie. Harry nodded, feeling a cautious optimism as they climbed toward the 7th floor. Whatever came next, Ministry interference, Dumbledore's counter-moves, Voldemort's inevitable attacks, he wouldn't face it alone. Hogwarts itself had ensured that. The Room of Requirement had transformed itself into a perfect circular chamber reminiscent of King Arthur's legendary Round Table. 16 high-backed chairs surrounded a massive table of polished wood, each chair emblazoned with a house crest and elemental symbol. Between the chairs stood 4 larger thrones bearing the personal crests of the founders, evenly spaced around the circle. Students mingled in small groups as Harry entered, their conversations falling silent as they noticed his arrival. Familiar faces looked to him expectantly, Neville, standing taller and more confident than Harry had ever seen him, the Weasley twins, for once not grinning but serious and attentive, Ginny Weasley, her expression carefully neutral, and others from each house, including, surprisingly, Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini from Slytherin. Ron stood slightly apart, his freckles standing out against unusually pale skin. Their eyes met across the room, 1,000 unspoken words passing between them in an instant. Luna drifted to the center of the circle. "The heir has arrived," she announced, her dreamy voice somehow filling the chamber. "Hogwarts recognizes its master and calls its emissaries to council." The room's magic responded to her words. The 4 founders' thrones glowed with their respective colors. The central table shimmered, revealing an intricate map of Hogwarts etched into its surface, not just the castle as it currently existed, but as it was meant to be, with wings and towers that had never been built, or had been lost to time. "Bloody hell," Ron muttered, breaking the odd silence. "You don't do anything halfway, do you, Harry?" Despite everything, Harry laughed. "Believe me, this wasn't my idea. Apparently Hogwarts has been making plans without consulting me." "Join the club," George, or possibly Fred, replied. "We were in the middle of experimenting with a new product when our test cauldron spelled out 'Go to Hogwarts now' in the smoke. I dreamed of this room for 3 nights straight," Neville added, looking around in wonder. "Gran thought I was having visions until McGonagall's owl arrived this morning confirming everything." Similar stories emerged from the others. Mysterious compulsions, dreams, sudden intuitive knowledge that they needed to be at Hogwarts today. The castle had called them, each in ways suited to their nature and connection to the school. "It's the awakening of Founder's magic," Hermione explained, already in full lecture mode. "When Harry claimed his inheritance, he restored the original connection between Hogwarts and its rightful authority. The castle is now re-establishing other intended connections, including the emissary system." "Which is what, exactly?" Blaise Zabini asked, his normally impassive face showing genuine curiosity. Luna gestured to the 16 chairs. "4 elements from each house. Water, fire, earth, and air, representing intelligence, courage, loyalty, and wisdom. 16 students chosen by the castle itself to bridge between founders and students, between teachers and houses." "Like prefects?" asked Ernie Macmillan, who had arrived with Hannah Abbott. "More than prefects," Hermione corrected. "The original emissaries were apprentices to the founders themselves, learning specialized magic beyond the standard curriculum. They served as tutors, mediators, and eventually specialized professors." Harry approached the Gryffindor throne, feeling drawn to it just as he had been to the Ward Stone. The moment he touched it, the other 3 founders' thrones flared with light, and the entire room seemed to hold its breath. "I didn't plan this," he said honestly, looking around at the gathered students. "But Hogwarts clearly has. Each of you was called here for a reason, because you have something essential to contribute to what we're building. The question is, do you want to be part of it? What exactly are we being asked to join?" Daphne Greengrass inquired, her aristocratic features composed but attentive. "A student council? A rebellion against the Ministry? A new defense against the Dark Lord?" "All of those," Harry acknowledged. "And something more. We're restoring Hogwarts to what it was meant to be, not just a school, but a center of magical knowledge and innovation. A community where every magical discipline is valued and taught. A sanctuary against darkness, whatever form it takes. He gestured to the map on the table. The founders had a vision far greater than what Hogwarts has become. They wanted to create a place where magic itself could evolve and flourish, where students learn not just spells but how to create them, where theory and practice were equally valued. And where the houses complemented rather than competed. Luna added dreamily. Gryffindor courage tempered by Slytherin strategy. Ravenclaw knowledge guided by Hufflepuff compassion. That sounds incredible, Neville said softly. But how do we get there from here? With the Ministry interfering, Dumbledore plotting, and you-know-who returning? One step at a time, Harry replied. Starting with the 16 of you. If you accept the castle's call, you'll become the first modern emissaries, bridges between houses, between students and faculty, between the Hogwarts that is and the one that could be. The room fell silent as each student considered the invitation. Then, without a word, Ron stepped forward and placed his hand on one of the Gryffindor chairs, the one marked with the symbol for fire. I'm in, he said simply, meeting Harry's gaze directly. We'll talk later about everything. But this matters more than hurt feelings or misunderstandings. One by one, others followed suit, each finding the chair that seemed to call to them. Neville claimed Gryffindor's earth seat, while Ginny took water and a seventh-year Harry didn't know well took air. Luna drifted naturally to Ravenclaw's wisdom chair, while Hermione, after a moment's hesitation, selected intelligence. Hufflepuffs and Slytherins found their places, until 15 of the 16 chairs were claimed. Only the Slytherin wisdom seat remained empty. We're missing someone, Luna observed, looking at the vacant chair. The Serpent Seer, the one who walks between worlds. Theatrical as always, Lovegood, drawled a familiar voice from the doorway. Theodore Nott leaned against the frame, thin and sharp-featured, his usually guarded expression openly curious. I received your message but wasn't certain if it was genuine or some elaborate prank. The castle doesn't joke about such things, Luna replied serenely. You've seen the truth in dreams, haven't you, Theodore? The castle as it should be, not as it is. Something flickered across Nott's face, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. Perhaps, he admitted cautiously. Though why Hogwarts would call the son of a Death Eater to its inner circle remains a mystery. The castle doesn't judge by parentage, Harry said quietly. Only by heart and potential. If you were called, there's a reason. Nott studied the room thoughtfully, eyes lingering on the empty Slytherin chair. And if accepting means standing against my father and his associates? That's your choice to make, Harry acknowledged. No one here will force you. After a long moment, Nott straightened and approached the table. My father chose his path. I'll choose mine. He placed his hand on the remaining chair, which glowed green in recognition. Though I suspect he'll be most displeased about this particular act of rebellion. With the circle complete, the entire room pulsed with magic. The map on the table became three-dimensional, a perfect miniature of Hogwarts rising from the wood. Within it, tiny figures moved, students, professors, house elves, even the castle ghosts, all going about their business in real time. It's monitoring the entire school, Hermione breathed, leaning forward in fascination. Every person, every room. A founder's tool, Luna explained. For teaching and protection. It shows not just location but intent. See how the colors change. Indeed, the figures in the miniature castle glowed with subtle auras, mostly blue and green, though a few flickered with yellow caution or, in Umbridge's case, a distinct reddish hue. Threat assessment, Blaise realized. Ingenious. But potentially invasive, Hermione added with a frown. We need ethical guidelines for using this. Agreed, Harry said firmly. This isn't about surveillance or control. It's about protection and understanding. He addressed the group collectively. This room, the emissary chamber, will serve as our council space. We'll meet regularly to discuss reforms, address issues between houses, and coordinate special projects. As emissaries, you'll have certain privileges within your houses and throughout the castle, but also responsibilities. Such as? Asked Susan Bones, who had claimed Hufflepuff's intelligence seat. Teaching younger students, Hermione supplied immediately. The original emissaries led study groups and practical sessions outside regular classes. Mediating house conflicts, added Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff's loyalty chair. Creating a more unified school culture. Developing specialized magical skills, Neville suggested, with more confidence than Harry had ever heard from him. The elements aren't just symbolic, they represent magical affinities we're meant to cultivate. Harry nodded encouragement. All of that and more. Each of you has unique talents that Hogwarts recognized. Together, we'll discover what those mean and how to use them for the school's benefit. The discussion continued as each emissary considered their new role and what it might entail. Hermione, naturally, began organizing committees and study plans. The Weasley twins immediately proposed practical demonstrations of elemental magic. That sounded suspiciously like enhanced fireworks. Slytherins and Ravenclaws debated the theoretical implications of Founder's magic returning to Hogwarts. Throughout it all, Harry observed with growing satisfaction. This was what Hogwarts needed, students taking ownership of their education, houses collaborating instead of competing, magical theory and practice integrated rather than separated. When the planning reached a natural pause, Harry rose from the Gryffindor throne. This is just the beginning, he told them. Tomorrow, we face the practical challenges: Umbridge's inspection, staff reorganization, curriculum development. But today, we've laid the foundation for something remarkable. He gestured to the miniature Hogwarts on the table. The castle showed us its ideal form, what it was meant to be. Together, we'll make that vision real again. As the emissaries dispersed, energized by purpose and possibility, Harry found himself facing Ron at last. They stood awkwardly for a moment, years of friendship suddenly complicated by Harry's newfound status and the revelations about the Weasley family. So, Ron began, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Owner of Hogwarts, huh? Bit of a step up from Quidditch captain. Harry smiled hesitantly. Not like I applied for the job. Yeah, that's what Hermione said. Ron scuffed his shoe against the stone floor. Look, about the contract thing with Ginny and the payments to Mum. Dad explained everything. None of us knew, Harry. Not me, not Ginny, not even Mum. I know, Harry assured him. I never thought you were involved, Ron. Good, because Ginny would hex you into next week if you suggested she'd agreed to some arranged marriage. Ron's expression darkened. She's furious about the whole thing. Says it makes her feel like she was being sold or something. Harry winced. I'm sorry she got dragged into this. It wasn't my idea to make it public. Better that we know, though, Ron said seriously. Dad's launched a formal inquiry through his ministry connections. Turns out there were similar contracts for Bill and Charlie that never materialized. Supposed arrangements with daughters from appropriate families that fell through when the girls married elsewhere. Dumbledore was engineering the entire family's future? Harry asked, horrified. Ron nodded grimly. Looks that way. Controlling who we married, where we worked, all while pretending to be our greatest supporter. His ears reddened with anger. Makes me wonder what else he was manipulating. We may never know the full extent, Harry admitted. But it stops now. That's what all this is about, taking back control from people who think they can dictate our lives. Ron looked around the now empty emissary chamber. It's a good start. Bit grand with all the thrones and magical maps, but I suppose that comes with the territory when you're heir to the Founders. Harry laughed, feeling the tension between them finally break. Believe me, I'd have been happy with a regular meeting room. Hogwarts has its own ideas about proper decor. Speaking of which, Ron said, glancing at his chair, any idea why I got assigned to fire while Neville got earth? Seems backward considering he's brilliant with plants and I'm, well, not particularly fiery. It's about potential, not current skills, Luna explained, appearing suddenly beside them. Harry hadn't realized she was still in the room. Fire isn't just destruction, Ronald. It's transformation passion, the spark that ignites change. Earth isn't just growing things, it's stability, endurance, the strength to stand firm when others falter. She touched Ron's shoulder lightly. The castle sees what you could become, not just what you are. That's why you're here. With that enigmatic statement, she drifted away, leaving Ron staring after her in bewilderment. Mental, that one, he muttered, but with affection rather than dismissal. Still, fire element, eh? Sounds better than King Weasley at least. Harry grinned, relieved that their friendship had weathered this latest storm. Come on. Let's find Hermione and grab dinner. We've got a lot to plan before tomorrow's confrontation with Umbridge. As they left the room of requirement, Harry felt Hogwarts' satisfaction rippling through their connection. The castle had brought together its chosen emissaries, established a new council, and begun the process of its own renewal. For the first time since discovering his inheritance, Harry felt truly confident in what lay ahead. With Hogwarts itself as an ally and 16 determined students at his side, even the combined threats of the Ministry, Dumbledore, and Voldemort seemed less daunting. The castle had awakened. And now, it was ready to transform. The Great Hall hummed with unusual activity for summer, staff members discussing plans in small groups, house elves arranging refreshments, and at the high table, Harry and McGonagall reviewing final preparations for the upcoming term. The board has approved our revised curriculum proposal, McGonagall reported, marking another item on their extensive checklist. With the condition that we implement changes gradually and provide regular assessment reports. That's reasonable, Harry agreed, reviewing the document. We'll start with the most critical updates: improved defense instruction, integrated magical theory, and practical application seminars. The specialized electives can wait until second term. McGonagall nodded approval. A measured approach will face less resistance. Speaking of which, our ministry visitor has been unusually quiet today. Too quiet, Harry said suspiciously. The wards show she's spent most of the day in her quarters, sending and receiving multiple owl messages. She's planning something. Undoubtedly, McGonagall agreed. Dolores Umbridge rarely accepts defeat graciously. We should prepare for her next move. Before Harry could respond, the hall's massive doors swung open to admit Umbridge herself, followed by no fewer than 6 ministry officials in formal robes. She approached the high table with a triumphant smile that immediately set Harry's nerves on edge. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall, she greeted in her sickly sweet voice. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. I brought some colleagues from the Department of Magical Education to assist with my evaluation. McGonagall's expression remained impassive. How thorough of you, Madam Umbridge. Though as I recall, the inspection schedule we provided doesn't begin until tomorrow. Oh, this isn't an inspection, Umbridge simpered. This is a notification. She produced a new scroll, sealed with the ministry's official wax emblem. Educational Decree Number 23, signed by the minister himself just an hour ago. Harry accepted the scroll, breaking the seal to read its contents. His jaw tightened as he scanned the document. The ministry hereby establishes mandatory curriculum requirements for all magical education within Britain. He summarized for McGonagall, including standardized textbooks, approved teaching methods, and ministry-vetted content for each subject. Precisely, Umbridge said with obvious satisfaction. The minister feels that educational consistency is paramount during these unsettled times. All schools, including Hogwarts, must adhere to these standards effective immediately. It was a clever move, Harry had to admit. Unable to directly challenge his authority within Hogwarts, Fudge had instead established external requirements that would effectively dictate school operations. The decree even specified consequences for noncompliance, including withdrawal of ministry recognition for OWL and NEWT qualifications. This is blatant overreach, McGonagall stated, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced as it always did when she was angry. Educational content has always been determined by the school, not the ministry. Times change, Professor, Umbridge replied smugly. The public demands accountability, particularly after recent disruptions in Hogwarts leadership. And I suppose these standards just happen to align with the ministry's political positions? Harry asked, skimming the detailed appendices. No mention of defensive magic in the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. History of magic focused exclusively on goblin rebellions and statue establishment. Divination limited to ministry-approved methods. All thoroughly researched and vetted by educational experts. Umbridge insisted, though her eyes darted away from Harry's direct gaze. Harry set the decree down carefully, feeling Hogwarts magic stirring around him in response to his rising anger. He took a deep breath, calming himself before the castle could react visibly. "Thank you for delivering this, Madam Umbridge," he said with forced politeness. "We'll need time to review these requirements in detail before responding officially." Umbridge's smile widened. "There's no need for response, Mr. Potter. The decree is effective immediately. My colleagues here will begin evaluating your current preparations and instructing staff on necessary adjustments." She gestured to the ministry officials, who were already moving toward the various professors gathered in the hall. "That won't be necessary," Harry stated, rising from his seat. The hall fell silent as every eye turned toward the confrontation. Hogwarts acknowledges receipt of Educational Decree 23. However, we must inform the ministry that we cannot implement these requirements as written. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of red. "This is not a negotiation, Potter. The decree is binding on all educational institutions in Britain. Hogwarts predates the ministry by 7 centuries. Harry reminded her calmly. Under the Magical Institutions Charter of 1137, renegotiated during the formation of the ministry itself, Hogwarts retains sovereign authority over its educational practices, subject only to the safety standards established by international magical accord. It was information he'd absorbed just that morning from Ravenclaw's legal texts, part of his crash course in magical governance and Hogwarts' historical status. Hermione, sitting at a nearby table with several other emissaries, beamed with approval at his accurate citation. "Ancient charters are superseded by modern governance," argued one of the ministry officials, a thin wizard with spectacles and an officious manner. "The Wizengamot has clear authority to regulate all magical activity within Britain's borders." "That's partially correct," Hermione interjected, rising to join the debate. "The Wizengamot regulates general magical activity, but educational sovereignty was specifically preserved in the ministry's founding charter. Article 7, Section 3 explicitly states that the ancient institution of Hogwarts shall retain its founder-granted authorities in matters of magical instruction, being bound only by the International Statute of Secrecy and Common Magical Safety Accords. The official blinked in surprise at being challenged by a teenage girl, then frowned. "And who might you be?" "Hermione Granger, Educational Research Director," she replied without hesitation. "I've been reviewing the legal framework governing Hogwarts' relationship with the Ministry in preparation for the upcoming term." Umbridge's eyes narrowed dangerously. "This is absurd. Children cannot hold administrative positions at educational institutions. The regulations clearly state that administrative roles must be filled by magically qualified individuals." Harry completed smoothly. "The regulations specify magical qualification, not age. Ms. Granger's magical qualifications are exemplary, as her academic record demonstrates." It was a technicality, but a valid one. Traditional wizarding law often overlooked age restrictions in favor of magical capability, a remnant from eras when life expectancy was shorter and young wizards assumed adult responsibilities earlier. Umbridge sputtered in outrage, but before she could respond, the hall's doors opened again to admit an unexpected figure, Percy Weasley, looking uncommonly nervous as he approached the high table. "Mr. Weasley." Umbridge greeted him with obvious relief. "Excellent timing. Please inform these people about the binding nature of educational decrees." Percy straightened, his expression carefully composed. "Actually, Madam Umbridge, I've been researching that very question at the minister's request. My findings are not what was expected." He produced a leather portfolio, opening it to reveal ancient parchments and ministry records. The original agreement between Hogwarts and the newly formed ministry in 1707 explicitly preserves the school's educational autonomy. While the ministry may establish general qualifications for professional certification, it cannot dictate curriculum or teaching methods within Hogwarts itself. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. What nonsense is this, Weasley? You were instructed to find legal precedent supporting the decree. I was instructed to determine its legal validity, Percy corrected stiffly. As junior undersecretary, my duty is to provide accurate information to the minister, not to fabricate convenient legal interpretations. Harry stared at Percy in amazement. The ambitious Weasley had always struck him as someone who would follow ministry directives without question. This display of integrity, particularly when it contradicted Umbridge and potentially Fudge himself, was unexpected and impressive. The minister will hear about this insubordination, Umbridge threatened. I've already submitted my full report directly to Minister Fudge, Percy replied, his voice steady despite his obvious nervousness. Including the warning that attempting to enforce this decree could trigger a review of the ministry's founding charter by the International Confederation of Wizards, something I believe we would all prefer to avoid. The hall had grown utterly silent, staff and students alike watching the confrontation with rapt attention. Even the house elves had paused in their work, wide eyes tracking the proceedings from hiding spots around the room. It seems we find ourselves at an impasse, McGonagall observed, breaking the tense silence. Perhaps a compromise is in order. Hogwarts could review the ministry's educational recommendations and incorporate those compatible with our existing plans, while the ministry acknowledges our fundamental autonomy in curricular matters. It was a diplomatic offering, a way for both sides to save face while preserving the essentials of Hogwarts' independence. Harry nodded agreement, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding outright confrontation if possible. A reasonable suggestion, he endorsed. We share the ministry's commitment to educational excellence, even if we differ on methods. Umbridge looked ready to reject the compromise outright, but the other ministry officials exchanged uncertain glances. Percy's legal research had clearly unsettled them, raising doubts about their position's defensibility. We will convey your counterproposal to the minister, the bespectacled official said finally. In the meantime, our inspection will proceed as authorized under Educational Decree 22. Within the parameters already established, Harry reminded them pointedly. Scheduled visits, appropriate supervision, and respect for classroom environments. Umbridge's smile was brittle as she inclined her head in reluctant acknowledgement. Of course. We wouldn't want to disrupt the learning process. Her tone made it clear this was merely a strategic retreat, not a surrender. As the ministry contingent withdrew to consider their options, Harry exchanged a significant look with Percy, who had remained behind. The redhead approached the high table hesitantly. That can have been easy, Harry acknowledged quietly, standing up to Umbridge, contradicting the ministry line. Percy adjusted his glasses nervously. I've made many mistakes recently, Harry. Prioritizing ambition over truth. Choosing the ministry over my family. But there are lines I won't cross, even for advancement. He glanced toward where Ron sat with Ginny and the twins. Some things matter more than career prospects. Your family will be glad to hear it, Harry said sincerely. They've missed you, Percy. Have they? Percy asked, doubt evident in his voice. After everything I said to Father, the letter I wrote to Ron. Families forgive, McGonagall interjected gently. Especially the Weasleys. Your mother has mentioned you in every conversation I've had with her since your disagreement. Percy's expression softened momentarily before his professional mask returned. Yes, well, I should return to the ministry. The minister will want my complete analysis of today's events. Will you be in trouble? Harry asked, concerned. For contradicting Umbridge? Possibly, Percy admitted. But I've documented everything meticulously. If Minister Fudge wishes to dismiss my findings, he'll need to do so formally, creating a paper trail I suspect he'd prefer to avoid. As Percy departed, Harry felt a renewed appreciation for the quieter forms of courage. Standing against Voldemort was one kind of bravery, but challenging your own side's wrongdoing required a different sort of strength, one he hadn't previously credited Percy with possessing. A significant victory, McGonagall observed once they were alone. Though I suspect Madame Umbridge will redouble her efforts now. Let her try, Harry replied, watching the miniature version of Umbridge stomp across the model Hogwarts that had appeared on the table before him, another manifestation of his connection with the castle. We've got law, tradition, and founder's magic on our side. Plus, he added with a small smile, 16 very determined emissaries. Across the hall, those same emissaries had gathered around Hermione, who was already coordinating their response to the Ministry's attempted interference. Luna was sketching something that kept shifting shape on her parchment. The Weasley twins had their heads together, undoubtedly planning some form of creative resistance. Neville was explaining something to Susan Bones with unexpected authority, while the Slytherin contingent observed with calculating expressions. They're quite remarkable, McGonagall commented, following his gaze. The castle chose well. It chose them for what's coming, Harry said, suddenly serious. This confrontation with the Ministry is just the beginning. Voldemort's been quiet too long. Whatever he's planning, it'll make Umbridge's interference look like a minor inconvenience. McGonagall nodded grimly. All the more reason to secure Hogwarts now, while we have the opportunity. The castle has always been Britain's magical stronghold in times of darkness. It may soon need to serve that purpose again. Harry thought of Luna's dream, himself standing in the Great Hall with the sword of Gryffindor, facing a choice that would determine Hogwarts' fate. Was that what awaited them? A direct confrontation within these very walls? Through his connection with the castle, he felt a subtle confirmation, not in words but in sensation. Hogwarts was preparing for battle, gathering its strength and awakening capabilities dormant for centuries. The wards, the emissaries, the recovered founder's knowledge, all pieces of a defense that would soon be tested. Then we'd better make sure we're ready, Harry said with quiet determination. For whatever comes next. As if in response, the enchanted ceiling above them darkened momentarily, storm clouds gathering and dispersing in an instant, a reflection not of the actual weather, but of the castle's own awareness of approaching danger. Throughout Hogwarts, suits of armor imperceptibly straightened, dormant defensive enchantments stirred, and in the depths of the foundation stones, ancient magics began to flow with renewed vigor. The castle was awakening fully, preparing for war. And Harry, its reluctant heir and protector, would awaken with it. Chapter 3. Ere ascendant autumn descended on Hogwarts in a blaze of gold and crimson, transforming the forbidden forest into a tapestry of fire. From the astronomy tower, Harry watched students crisscrossing the grounds below, first years rushing to herbology, third years gathered around Hagrid for care of magical creatures, and sixth years practicing elemental magic by the lake under Professor Flitwick's supervision. 6 weeks into the term, and already Hogwarts felt like a different school. Quite the sight, isn't it? Neville commented, joining Harry at the parapet. As Gryffindor's Earth emissary, he'd taken to wearing robes trimmed with deep green, a symbolic blending of his house colors with his elemental affinity. Hard to believe this is the same place we've attended for 4 years. Harry nodded agreement. The changes were everywhere, once you knew to look. House tables remained in the Great Hall, but students now freely mixed during meals. Classes had been reorganized around magical theory rather than arbitrary divisions between subjects. And throughout the castle, spaces unused for centuries had been reclaimed for specialized instruction, practical workshops, and inter-house collaboration. Professor Sprout says applications for her advanced herbology seminar have tripled. Neville continued, a note of pride in his voice. Students are actually competing for spots now that it's connected to healing magic and potion innovation. Your demonstration last week probably helped, Harry observed. Neville had led a practical session showing 7th years how certain plant combinations could enhance shielding charms, a technique rediscovered in Hufflepuff's personal grimoire. You've become quite the instructor. Neville flushed but stood straighter. The earth element is about growth, Not just plants, but people. Helping others discover their potential. He smiled wryly. Bit ironic coming from me, I suppose? Not ironic, Harry corrected. Appropriate. You understand struggle, so you can guide others through it. Below them, a flash of pink caught Harry's eye. Umbridge, conducting one of her increasingly desperate inspections. After the failed attempt to impose ministry curriculum, she had shifted to nitpicking individual lessons and filing complaints about imaginary safety violations. Each was methodically documented and refuted by Hermione's impeccable record-keeping. She's with the Elemental Defense class today, Neville noted, following Harry's gaze. Poor timing on her part. Harry grinned. Ron's teaching fire manipulation, isn't he? With the twins assisting. Neville winced sympathetically. Hope she's wearing flame-resistant robes. The Weasleys had embraced their roles as fire emissaries with predictable enthusiasm. Under their guidance, students were learning controlled magical combustion, heat-based defensive spells, and what the twins called tactical illumination techniques. Glorified magical fireworks that could disorient opponents without causing permanent harm. I should probably intervene, Harry sighed, though without real concern. The castle's monitoring system showed no actual danger, just Umbridge's growing frustration as she failed yet again to find legitimate grounds for ministry intervention. Let McGonagall handle it, Neville suggested. That's why you appointed her headmistress, isn't it? So you could focus on the bigger picture? Harry nodded reluctantly. Delegating authority remained his greatest challenge, even after weeks of practice. The habit of handling everything personally, formed through years of facing threats alone, was difficult to break. Speaking of the bigger picture, Neville continued more seriously. The Emissary Council has completed our security assessment. The outer ward enhancements are working brilliantly, but we've identified 3 vulnerability points inside the castle where the protective magic is thinner than it should be. He produced a detailed map, another manifestation of Founder's magic that allowed emissaries to document and share discoveries about the castle. Here, here, and here, he indicated, pointing to specific locations. All 3 align with places where previous headmasters modified the original structure. The Room of Requirement, the Astronomy Tower western face, and the dungeons near the old potion storerooms? Harry studied the map with concern. Any idea why these particular spots are vulnerable? Hermione thinks they're connected to specific Founder's magic that was altered or redirected. Neville explained. The astronomy weakness relates to Ravenclaw's original observatory design. The dungeons were Slytherin's private laboratory space before being converted. And the Room of Requirement? Well, it's been used for so many purposes over the centuries that its original protections have become diluted. Harry frowned. We need to reinforce these immediately. If Voldemort or his followers identified these weaknesses, already in progress, Neville assured him. Luna and Theo are handling the Room of Requirement, something about reweaving the spatial matrix, which honestly made my head hurt just listening to it. Blaise and Daphne are working on the dungeon vulnerabilities with Professor Slughorn. Slughorn's recruitment had been one of McGonagall's early successes, luring the retired potions master back to Hogwarts with the promise of teaching true Founder's brewing methods to exceptional students. His knowledge of Slytherin house traditions and ancient magic had proven invaluable, even if his tendency toward favoritism remained intact. And the Astronomy Tower? Harry asked. That's actually why I came looking for you, Neville admitted. The Ravenclaw emissaries have discovered something about the tower's original design that they think requires your direct attention. Something only the heir can access. Harry glanced at the time. I have the Board of Governors meeting in 30 minutes, then the 7th-year defense practicum at 2. This won't wait, Neville said, uncharacteristically firm. Luna was quite insistent. Something about convergence points and the castle's warning. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Luna's intuitive connection with Hogwarts had proven remarkably accurate over the past weeks. If she sensed urgency about the tower's vulnerability, it couldn't be ignored. Tell McGonagall I'll need to reschedule the governors, Harry decided. Where's Luna now? West Tower Observatory, with Hermione and the Ravenclaw emissaries. Neville hesitated, then added, "They've brought the sword of Gryffindor." Harry stared at him. "The sword? Why?" "Luna said you'd need it," Neville replied simply. "Something about a choice you'll have to make." The dream. Luna's vision of Harry standing in the Great Hall with the sword of Gryffindor, facing a choice that would determine Hogwarts' fate. He'd almost forgotten it amid the whirlwind of reforms and political maneuvering. "I'll go immediately," Harry said, already moving toward the stairs. "Send word to the other emissaries. Full council meeting tonight after dinner. Whatever this is, we need everyone prepared." As Neville departed on his errand, Harry descended the tower steps, his mind racing. For weeks, Voldemort had maintained an ominous silence. No attacks, no sightings, no dark mark appearances. Even Snape, who continued providing intelligence despite his demotion to regular potions instructor, reported little activity among known Death Eaters. The quiet had been unsettling rather than reassuring. Voldemort wasn't one to abandon his ambitions. If he wasn't attacking, he was planning something significant. Something that required careful preparation. Had the Dark Lord identified Hogwarts' vulnerabilities? Was he preparing to strike at the weakest points in the castle's defenses? Harry quickened his pace, his connection with Hogwarts intensifying as he focused on the Western Observatory. Through the castle's awareness, he could sense Luna and Hermione already there, along with Padma Patil and Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw's heir and intelligence emissaries. They were gathered around something that pulsed with ancient magic, its energy signature distinct from the usual ambient magic of Hogwarts. Something not fully integrated with the castle. Something waiting. The Western Observatory predated the main astronomy tower by several centuries. Smaller and more intimate, it had been Rowena Ravenclaw's personal stargazing sanctuary, where she conducted her most complex astronomical calculations and divinations. Harry found the Ravenclaw emissaries gathered around a curious section of flooring near the room's center. The ancient stone had been cleared of dust and debris, revealing intricate runic inscriptions arranged in concentric circles. At the pattern's heart lay the sword of Gryffindor, its rubied hilt catching the afternoon sunlight streaming through the observatory's crystal dome. "Harry!" Luna greeted him, her dreamy expression more focused than usual. "You've arrived exactly when you needed to. What's going on?" he asked, approaching the runic circle cautiously. "Neville said you found something about the tower's vulnerabilities." "It's not just a vulnerability," Hermione explained, looking up from the ancient text she was referencing. "It's a deliberate access point, a magical gateway created by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor together." "Gateway to what?" Harry asked, studying the runes with growing apprehension. Some he recognized from ancient runes classes, but others appeared far older, their forms more primitive and powerful. "To the castle's heart," Luna replied. "The place where all the Founder's magic converges. Ravenclaw called it the Nexus." Padma pointed to specific runes in the outer circle. "According to these inscriptions, the Nexus exists in a kind of magical pocket dimension, connected to Hogwarts but not physically within it. The Founders created it as both sanctuary and weapon of last resort." "Weapon?" Harry repeated uneasily. Anthony nodded, his expression grave. "The texts describe it as the final defense when all walls have fallen. A place where the heir could make a stand if Hogwarts itself were overrun. But that's not why we've uncovered it now," Hermione added quickly, seeing Harry's alarm. "The castle has been trying to reveal this to you for days. Haven't you felt it? The urgency in your connection?" Harry frowned. There had been something. A persistent nudge at the edge of his awareness, like a half-forgotten appointment. He'd attributed it to stress, to the countless responsibilities demanding his attention. "The castle knows something's coming," Luna said softly. "Something that requires access to the Nexus before it arrives." "Voldemort," Harry stated, not a question. The others nodded solemnly. Even now, the name caused slight flinches from Padma and Anthony, though they controlled it better than most wizards. "We believe he's discovered something about Hogwarts' magical structure," Hermione explained. Something that threatens not just the school but the magical foundations it's built upon. The castle itself is afraid, Harry. That revelation struck him more powerfully than anything else could have. Through their connection, he had experienced Hogwarts' many moods: satisfaction, curiosity, even amusement, but never fear. The ancient structure had weathered centuries of magical conflict, standing impervious against countless threats. What could possibly frighten something so enduring? "How do we access this nexus?" he asked, kneeling beside the runic circle. "That's where it gets complicated," Hermione admitted. "The gateway requires 3 elements: the blood of the heir, the sword of Gryffindor, and—" She hesitated, exchanging glances with Luna. "The willing sacrifice of power," Luna completed. "A portion of your inherited magic, surrendered to activate the gateway." Harry stared at her. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means risk," Luna said simply. "The texts aren't clear on how much magic would be required or if it would eventually return. Only that the heir must willingly surrender power to gain access to the Nexus." Harry considered this soberly. A sacrifice of magical power was no small matter, especially with threats looming. Yet if the castle itself was urging this action, the need must be dire indeed. "Is there any indication of what I'll find in this nexus?" he asked. "What purpose it serves beyond being a last retreat?" "The Founders' Journals mention knowledge beyond teaching and power beyond wielding," Hermione quoted carefully. "Whatever exists there, it was too significant or dangerous for inclusion in the regular school. Or too personal," Luna added thoughtfully. "The heart of what made each founder extraordinary, their deepest magical understanding, preserved where only a worthy heir could access it." Harry gazed down at the sword of Gryffindor, its blade gleaming with otherworldly perfection. The weapon had come to him in moments of greatest need before. Now it lay waiting for him to claim it again, to use it not against a basilisk or dementors, but to unlock the Founder's final secrets. "If Voldemort knows about the castle's vulnerabilities," he decided, "we need every advantage we can get. I'll open the gateway." "Harry, wait," Hermione cautioned. "We should research this further, understand exactly what kind of sacrifice." "There's no time," Harry interrupted gently. "You said it yourself, the castle is afraid. It wouldn't reveal this now unless the need was urgent." He reached for the sword, its hilt warming at his touch as if greeting an old friend. The ruby seemed to glow from within as he raised the blade, sunlight dancing along its perfect edge. "What do I need to do?" he asked Luna, who seemed most attuned to the gateway's purpose. "Stand at the center," she instructed, her voice taking on an unusual resonance. "Place the sword point down at the innermost circle. Offer your blood freely to the runes, then speak your intent to surrender power in exchange for access." Harry moved to the circle's heart, the ancient stone seeming to shift beneath his feet as if awakening from centuries of dormancy. He positioned the sword as directed, its tip resting against the central stone where all runic lines converged. "How much blood?" he asked practically. 3 drops, Luna replied. 1 for body, 1 for mind, 1 for magic. Harry drew a small silver knife from his robes, a habit acquired since claiming his inheritance, as Founder's magic often required ceremonial implements. With a quick, practiced motion, he pricked his finger and allowed 3 crimson drops to fall upon the central stone. The moment the blood touched the runes, they illuminated with brilliant blue light that spiraled outward through each concentric circle. The sword began to vibrate subtly, its metal resonating with the awakening magic. "I, Harry James Potter," he declared, instinct guiding his words, "heir of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin by conquest, freely offer a portion of my magical power in exchange for access to the Founder's Nexus. I seek the knowledge within to protect Hogwarts in its hour of need." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then pain lanced through him, not sharp like the cruciatus, but deep and fundamental, as if something essential was being drawn from every cell in his body. He gasped, gripping the sword hilt to remain upright as magic poured from him into the runic circle, feeding the increasingly brilliant illumination. "Harry!" Hermione cried in alarm, stepping forward only to be stopped by Luna's restraining hand. The gateway forms, Luna murmured. The sacrifice is accepted. The stone beneath the sword began to transform, spreading outward from the point of contact. What had been solid floor became something else, neither liquid nor gas but something between states, a shimmering membrane that rippled with opalescent light. The runic circles expanded and contracted like breathing lungs, pulsing in rhythm with Harry's racing heart. Then, abruptly, the pain ceased. Harry sagged, supporting himself on the sword like a staff as he fought to remain conscious. He felt diminished somehow, as if a portion of himself had been scooped away, leaving a hollow space where power had once flowed. It worked, Padma whispered, staring at the transformed center of the observatory. Where solid stone had been, a circular portal now shimmered, its depths revealing glimpses of a space beyond, flashes of crystal columns, golden light, and ancient symbols. The Nexus, Anthony confirmed, his voice hushed with awe. The Founder's greatest secret. Harry straightened, fighting off the weakness from his magical sacrifice. The portal pulsed invitingly, clearly waiting for him to enter. I need to go alone, he stated, somehow certain of this fact. The text suggests as much, Hermione agreed reluctantly. Only the heir can fully access what waits within. She bit her lip anxiously. But Harry, we don't know what condition you'll be in when you return. That magical sacrifice was significant. I could feel the power drain from here. Monitor the portal, he instructed, gathering his strength. If I'm not back in 1 hour, inform McGonagall and the other emissaries. But under no circumstances should anyone attempt to follow me. Luna stepped forward, pressing something into his hand, a small crystal pendant on a silver chain. A Founder's beacon, she explained. If you're in danger within, activate it by intent alone. It will guide us to you, gateway or no gateway. Harry slipped the pendant around his neck, touched by her foresight. Thank you. All of you. Now stand back. Gripping the sword firmly, he took a deep breath and stepped forward into the shimmering portal. There was a sensation of passing through a waterfall of light, a momentary resistance like pushing through heavy silk, and then he was elsewhere. The Nexus defied ordinary description. It existed in a space that seemed simultaneously vast and intimate, boundless yet contained. Crystal columns rose to impossible heights, supporting a ceiling that shifted between star-filled night sky and radiant golden dome. The floor beneath Harry's feet was neither stone nor metal but some perfect hybrid material, smooth as glass yet warm and slightly yielding, inscribed with intricate patterns that subtly rearranged themselves as he watched. At the chamber's heart stood 4 massive statues, instantly recognizable as the Hogwarts founders. Unlike their conventional depictions throughout the castle, these representations captured them in the prime of life, vibrant, powerful figures arranged in a circle, facing outward as if guarding the central dais between them. That dais drew Harry's attention immediately. Upon it rested a crystalline orb approximately the size of a quaffle, pulsing with swirling multicolored light. 4 slender beams extended from the orb to each founder statue, connecting them in a web of magical energy. The heart of Hogwarts, a voice observed from behind him. Harry whirled, sword raised instinctively, to find himself facing a figure he recognized instantly despite having never seen her in life. Mother? He whispered, lowering the blade in shock. Lily Potter smiled, the same smile he'd seen countless times in photographs, but infinitely more vivid and real. Not exactly, she replied gently. I'm a magical impression, created by the Nexus from your own memories and magic. The Founders designed this place to present information through familiar guides. As she spoke, her appearance subtly shifted. Her eyes became slightly different, her stance more formal, though her face remained recognizably Lily's. I contain aspects of Rowena Ravenclaw, whose bloodline flows in you through me, and your own understanding of your mother. A composite, you might say. Harry stared, emotions warring within him, disappointment that this wasn't truly his mother, wonder at the magical sophistication required for such a manifestation, and lingering confusion about his purpose here. Why did Hogwarts lead me to this place now? He asked, focusing on the immediate concern. What's coming that has the castle itself afraid? The Lily Impression's expression grew grave. Voldemort has discovered the existence of the heart, she explained, gesturing toward the crystalline orb. This is no mere symbolic representation. It is the actual magical nexus point where the founders combined their power to create Hogwarts. Every ward, every enchantment, every magical feature of the castle flows from this source. And Voldemort wants to destroy it, Harry realized with growing horror. To bring down all of Hogwarts' protections at once. Worse, corrected a new voice, deeper and masculine. Harry turned to find a figure resembling his father, though with subtle differences that marked him as another magical construct. Voldemort doesn't wish to destroy the heart, but to corrupt it. To bend Hogwarts itself to his will. This impression contained elements of Godric Gryffindor, evident in the martial stance and the way he instinctively moved to stand beside the Ravenclaw Lily figure. He has uncovered ancient magic, blood rituals predating even the founders, that could potentially override your inheritance claim and forcibly bond the castle to him instead. How? Harry demanded. I'm the legitimate heir to 3 founders. My blood activated the wards, the castle recognizes me. Blood can be taken. A third voice observed coldly. A figure resembling an older, aristocratic version of Harry himself materialized nearby, clearly drawing on Slytherin's influence. Just as you gave blood willingly to access this place, blood can be extracted unwillingly for darker purpose. Voldemort already took my blood, Harry said, remembering the graveyard ritual that had restored the Dark Lord's body. During his resurrection. Precisely. Confirmed the Slytherin impression. That blood connection, combined with specific ritual components he has spent months gathering, could potentially allow him to establish a competing claim to Hogwarts itself. Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces that had seemed unrelated before. The silence these past months, he hasn't been hiding or recovering. He's been preparing for this ritual. Yes. The Ravenclaw Lily nodded. And now he approaches completion. The castle senses his intent through your blood connection and has grown increasingly desperate to warn you. When? Harry asked urgently. How long do we have? 3 days, replied a fourth voice, warm and maternal. A plump, kind-faced woman who resembled Mrs. Weasley but with Helga Hufflepuff's historical features stepped forward. The ritual requires the Hunter's Moon, the first full moon after the autumn equinox. It rises on Samhain night. Halloween. It always came back to Halloween, the night his parents died, the night the troll entered Hogwarts, the night his name came from the Goblet of Fire. Voldemort had a twisted appreciation for magical symmetry. How do I stop him? Harry asked, looking between the 4 impressions. If he's been preparing for months, gathering components we know nothing about, that is why you are here, the Gryffindor James stated, gesturing toward the heart. The founders foresaw that Hogwarts might someday face an existential threat beyond conventional defense. They created this place not just as sanctuary, but as repository for their most powerful magic, spells and techniques too dangerous for general teaching, knowledge reserved only for a worthy heir in dire need. The magical sacrifice you made to enter, explained Hufflepuff, was a necessary test. Only one willing to give of themselves to protect Hogwarts could access this knowledge. And now, Ravenclaw Lily continued, you must choose which founder's legacy to claim. Harry stared at them in confusion. Choose? I'm heir to 3 of them. Can I access all their knowledge? The magic is too potent, too specialized, Slytherin replied. Even with your sacrifice, you can only absorb one founder's ultimate legacy. The others would remain sealed until you had fully integrated the first, a process requiring years of study and practice. Which we don't have, Harry concluded grimly. 3 days until Voldemort attempts his ritual. Hence the necessity of choice, Gryffindor confirmed. Each founder preserved different aspects of their greatest magic. You must decide which would best serve against the coming threat. The 4 impressions moved to stand beside their respective statues, clearly waiting for Harry to approach one of them. He hesitated, understanding the gravity of his decision. This was the choice Luna had foreseen, standing with the sword of Gryffindor, determining Hogwarts' fate through his selection. "Tell me what each legacy contains," he requested, buying time to consider his options. "Gryffindor preserved the ultimate battle magic," the James impression explained. "Spells of such power they could level mountains, combat techniques that make dueling masters look like first years. The offensive capability to match any dark wizard, even one as powerful as Voldemort." Tempting. Harry had faced Voldemort's superior magical power repeatedly, surviving through luck more often than skill. Gryffindor's combat magic could potentially level that playing field. Ravenclaw preserved the secrets of magical theory and creation, Lily's impression offered. Understanding of how magic functions at its most fundamental level. The knowledge to counter any spell, unravel any ritual, create defenses against even unknown attacks. Equally valuable. If Voldemort was preparing an obscure ritual, Ravenclaw's theoretical knowledge might provide the perfect counter. Slytherin's legacy contains mastery of subtle arts, the aristocratic Harry stated. Mind magic beyond occlumency or legilimency. Magical influence that operates beneath conscious detection. The ability to turn enemies' powers and plans against themselves without direct confrontation. A different approach entirely, not meeting Voldemort's power directly, but undermining it through subtlety and misdirection. And I, the Hufflepuff impression said softly, preserve the deepest understanding of magical connections between people, places, and powers. The ability to unite magical forces, strengthen bonds between allies, and sever those between enemies. To heal what seems unhealable and protect what appears indefensible. Each legacy offered a different path to confronting Voldemort's threat: direct combat, theoretical counterspells, subtle manipulation, or strengthened magical bonds. Each reflected its founder's fundamental approach to magic. Harry found himself torn. His instinct pulled him toward Gryffindor's battle magic, the most straightforward solution to facing a more powerful opponent. Yet was raw power truly what he needed most? Dumbledore had matched Voldemort in magical strength during their ministry duel, yet the war continued. Perhaps power alone wasn't the answer. Ravenclaw's theoretical knowledge appealed to the part of him that had grown more scholarly since claiming his inheritance. Understanding the fundamental principles behind Voldemort's ritual might reveal vulnerabilities no amount of raw power could exploit. Slytherin's subtle arts offered a chance to overcome Voldemort through his own methods, turning the Dark Lord's convoluted plans against him. There was poetic justice in defeating the heir of Slytherin using Slytherin's own highest magic. But Hufflepuff's legacy of connection and unity resonated most unexpectedly. Throughout his time at Hogwarts, Harry's greatest strength had never been his personal power, but the bonds he formed with others. His friends, his teachers, and now the emissaries, together they had accomplished what he never could alone. "I need time to consider," he said, turning away from the impressions to study the heart more closely. The crystalline orb pulsed with the combined magic of all four founders, their distinct magical signatures visible as colored currents flowing within its depths. As he watched, he noticed something concerning. The green current representing Slytherin's magic occasionally flickered, showing momentary disruptions in its flow. The other three founders' magics remained steady and strong, but Slytherin's seemed subtly destabilized. "What's happening to Slytherin's magical contribution?" he asked, pointing to the disturbance. The impressions exchanged glances, seeming surprised by his observation. "You have keen eyes," the Slytherin impression acknowledged. "What you're seeing is the initial effect of Voldemort's preparations. As the self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin, he has begun establishing a counterclaim on that portion of the heart's magic. The disruption is minor currently," Ravenclaw Lily added, "but will intensify as the ritual progresses. By Samhain night, if unchecked, he could potentially sever Slytherin's contribution entirely, and replace it with his own corrupted version. And that would give him control of Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Not complete control," Hufflepuff clarified, "but significant influence. Enough to undermine wards, create hidden passages, potentially even influence the castle's semi-sentient responses." Over time, he could extend that corruption to the other founders' contributions. Harry studied the heart thoughtfully, an idea forming. What if we removed Slytherin's contribution entirely before Voldemort could corrupt it? Would that protect the rest of Hogwarts magic? The impressions appeared startled by this suggestion. Remove a founder's magic from the heart? Gryffindor repeated incredulously. It would fundamentally alter Hogwarts itself. Entire portions of the castle might cease functioning. Slytherin's dormitories, classrooms, magical features, all could become unstable or dormant. But the other 3/4 of Hogwarts would remain secure. Harry pressed. Voldemort would lose his entry point into the heart's magic. Theoretically. Ravenclaw conceded reluctantly. But the disruption would be significant. Hogwarts was designed as a balanced quadriad of magical influences. Removing one entirely would create instabilities we cannot fully predict. It's better than allowing Voldemort to gain any foothold, Harry argued. We can deal with magical instabilities. We can't risk him gaining control of even a portion of Hogwarts. The impressions conferred silently, communicating through subtle shifts in the magical energies surrounding them. Finally, Slytherin's impression stepped forward. It could be done, he acknowledged. But only by one with legitimate claim to Slytherin's legacy, such as yourself. And it would require precise magical control beyond most wizards' capabilities. Which brings us back to your choice. Hufflepuff reminded gently. Each founder's legacy would offer different advantages in this approach. Harry nodded, understanding now the true magnitude of his decision. He wasn't just selecting magical knowledge for a single confrontation with Voldemort, but potentially determining the very nature of Hogwarts moving forward. He paced around the heart, sword still in hand, considering each option carefully. Gryffindor's battle magic would provide the raw power needed to sever Slytherin's contribution cleanly, but might lack the precision to prevent collateral damage to the other founders' magic. Ravenclaw's theoretical knowledge would ensure perfect understanding of the process, but might not provide sufficient strength for the actual separation. Slytherin's subtle arts seemed paradoxical. Using Slytherin's own magic to remove Slytherin's contribution could create unpredictable feedback loops. That left Hufflepuff's legacy of connection, understanding the bonds between magical forces and how to strengthen or sever them as needed. The more Harry considered it, the more this approach seemed ideally suited to the task at hand. Not brute force or clever theory, but precise manipulation of the magical bonds themselves. It was also, he realized, the founder's legacy least like his own natural inclinations. He had never considered himself particularly Hufflepuff-like in his approaches. Perhaps that was precisely why it might be most valuable, complementing his existing abilities rather than simply enhancing them. I've made my decision, he announced, turning back to the impressions. I choose Hufflepuff's legacy of connection. The Hufflepuff impression smiled warmly, seeming neither surprised nor triumphant. A wise choice for what you face. Not the most obvious path, but perhaps the most effective. How do I receive this legacy? Harry asked, gripping the sword more firmly in anticipation of some complex magical ritual. Simply approach my statue and place your hand upon the heart, Hufflepuff instructed. The magic will do the rest. Harry moved to stand before Helga Hufflepuff's statue, noting details he hadn't observed initially. The kind but determined expression, the practical robes adorned with subtle magical symbols rather than ostentatious decoration, the hands extended in a gesture of both welcome and protection. He reached out, placing his palm against the crystalline orb while maintaining his grip on the sword with his other hand. Immediately, the yellow currents within the heart intensified, flowing toward his point of contact like water seeking its level. Warmth spread up his arm, suffusing his entire body with gentle but insistent magical energy. Knowledge flooded his mind, not as discrete facts or memorized spells, but as fundamental understanding that altered his very perception of magic. He saw, truly saw for the first time, the intricate connections binding all magical elements at Hogwarts. Threads of power linking student to student, teacher to classroom, portrait to castle, ghost to memory. The complex interweaving of house elves' magic with the very stones, of staircases with intent, of rooms with purpose. Most importantly, he perceived the four great magical currents flowing from the heart throughout Hogwarts, distinct yet harmonized, separate yet unified. He understood now how they reinforced each other, how Gryffindor's protective courage was enhanced by Hufflepuff's loyal nurturing, how Ravenclaw's creative innovation was balanced by Slytherin's traditional preservation. And he saw, with painful clarity, how severing one would indeed create dangerous instability in the others. There must be another way, he murmured, still connected to the heart, still absorbing Hufflepuff's legacy. Removal can't be the only option. As if in response to his concern, new understanding blossomed within him, not from the impressions but from Hufflepuff's magic itself. Not severance, but redirection. Not removal, but renewal. Isolation, he realized aloud. We don't need to remove Slytherin's contribution entirely. We can isolate it temporarily, protecting it from Voldemort's corruption while maintaining its connection to the other founder's magic. The Hufflepuff impression nodded approval. You begin to understand. Connections can be redirected without being severed. Bonds can be shielded without being broken. A magical quarantine, Ravenclaw's impression observed thoughtfully. Theoretically sound, though exceedingly difficult to implement. But possible, Harry insisted, releasing the heart as the transfer of knowledge completed. He felt simultaneously exhausted and energized, his mind racing with new possibilities while his body reminded him of the magical sacrifice he'd made to enter this place. Possible, agreed Slytherin's impression, with Hufflepuff's understanding of magical bonds. Though it would still require confronting Voldemort directly to disrupt his ritual before the isolation could be completed. And for that, Gryffindor added, you will need allies. Even with Hufflepuff's legacy, you cannot face Voldemort and his followers alone. Harry nodded, already thinking of the emissaries and their specialized abilities. I'll have help. The question is, where will Voldemort perform this ritual? He can't do it inside Hogwarts with the current protections. But he must be close enough to directly affect the heart, Ravenclaw explained. Within the outer boundary of Hogwarts grounds, but beyond the castle's immediate protections. The Forbidden Forest, Harry realized immediately. Near the Centaur territories, where the magical boundaries are oldest and least frequently renewed. Yes, confirmed Slytherin. And he will have identified the precise location that aligns with Slytherin's contribution to the heart. A place marked by water, Harry completed, Hufflepuff's knowledge guiding his intuition. A small pool or spring that connects to the Black Lake through underwater passages. Slytherin's elemental affinity. The impression seemed impressed by his rapid understanding. You absorb Hufflepuff's perspective well, the maternal impression observed. The legacy is integrating faster than expected. I don't have time for gradual integration, Harry replied grimly. I need to return to Hogwarts and prepare the defense immediately. Voldemort may already be positioning his forces. One final warning, Ravenclaw Lily said, her green eyes, so like his own, filled with concern. The magical sacrifice you made to enter this place has temporarily reduced your personal power. Hufflepuff's legacy provides understanding, not raw magical strength. Against Voldemort's direct assault, you will be at a disadvantage. Then I won't face him directly, Harry decided. Not alone, at least. Hufflepuff's approach was never about solitary heroics. Indeed, the Hufflepuff impression agreed warmly. My greatest strength was always in bringing others together, in seeing how diverse abilities could complement each other to create something greater than any individual could achieve alone. It was, Harry realized, exactly the approach he had been building at Hogwarts since claiming his inheritance. The emissaries with their complementary abilities, the reformed house system emphasizing cooperation over competition, the integrated curriculum combining different magical disciplines, all reflected Hufflepuff's fundamental principle that unity created strength. How do I return? He asked, feeling the urgency of time passing. My friends will be worried. The same way you entered, Gryffindor explained, gesturing toward a shimmering archway that had appeared near the chamber entrance. Though I suggest you take this with you. He indicated the sword Harry still carried. It has absorbed aspects of the heart's magic during your time here. It will serve as both weapon and tool in the coming confrontation. Harry examined the blade, noting subtle changes, runes now etched along its length that shifted and changed as he watched, the rubies in its hilt pulsing with inner light that matched the rhythm of the heart itself. It's been enhanced, he realized. Attuned, Hufflepuff corrected. To both your claim as heir and your chosen legacy. It will respond to your understanding of magical connections in ways that may prove decisive. Harry nodded gratitude, sheathing the sword in a scabbard that materialized at his belt, another gift from the Nexus. Thank you, all of you. I won't waste what you've given me. We know, Ravenclaw Lily replied softly. That is why the castle led you here. That is why you were chosen as heir. As Harry approached the exit portal, the impressions began to fade, their purpose fulfilled. Before stepping through, he turned back for one last look at the heart of Hogwarts, the magical nexus that had sustained the school for a millennium, now threatened by the wizard who had already taken so much from him. I will protect it, he promised quietly. Whatever it takes. Then he stepped through the portal, back to Hogwarts, and the battle that awaited. Harry emerged from the gateway to find not only the Ravenclaw emissaries waiting, but the entire council, 16 students arranged in a protective circle around the runic pattern, wands drawn and expressions alert. McGonagall stood nearby with Flitwick and Moody, all three looking simultaneously relieved and concerned at his appearance. 2 hours! Hermione exclaimed, rushing forward to support him as he stumbled slightly. You were gone 2 hours! We were about to send in a search party despite your instructions. Sorry, Harry managed, feeling the full weight of his magical sacrifice now that he was back in the normal world. Time moves differently in there. Luna studied him intently, her dreamy expression focused in that disconcerting way that suggested she was seeing more than others could. You chose Hufflepuff, she stated rather than asked. The connections between all things. Harry nodded, unsurprised by her perception. It was the right choice for what we're facing. Which is what exactly? McGonagall asked sharply. Mr. Longbottom informed us of potential vulnerabilities, but not what you expected to discover. Voldemort, Harry replied, straightening despite his fatigue. He's planning to corrupt the heart of Hogwarts during the Samhain ritual, 3 days from now. He'll use my blood, taken during his resurrection, to establish a competing claim on Slytherin's portion of Founder's magic. Gasps and murmurs ran through the gathered emissaries. McGonagall's face paled, while Moody's magical eye spun rapidly, as if searching for threats already within the castle. If he succeeds, Harry continued, he gains partial control over Hogwarts itself, enough to undermine wards, create secret passages, potentially even influence how the castle responds to intruders. It would be the first step toward complete corruption of the Founder's magic. Where? Moody demanded immediately. Where would this ritual take place? The Forbidden Forest. Harry confirmed. Near a small pool that connects underground to the Black Lake. It aligns with Slytherin's magical contribution to the heart. I know that place, Luna said unexpectedly. The centaurs call it the Serpent's Eye. Water that never freezes, even in deepest winter. Thestrals drink there during drought. Harry nodded. That's it. Voldemort will perform the ritual at moonrise on Samhain, when the magical boundaries are naturally thinnest and Slytherin's watery connection is strongest. How do we stop him? Ron asked, his practical nature cutting to the heart of the matter. As Gryffindor's fire emissary, he had taken on a leadership role among the more combat-oriented council members. Can we just reinforce the wards around this pool? No, Harry explained, Hufflepuff's knowledge guiding his response. The pool isn't just a location, it's a magical access point that can't be sealed without damaging Slytherin's contribution to Hogwarts itself. We need to defend it physically while I implement a magical quarantine around Slytherin's portion of the heart. Quarantine? Hermione repeated questioningly. A temporary isolation that protects Slytherin's magic from corruption while maintaining its connection to the other founders. Harry elaborated. It's complex magic, drawing on Hufflepuff's understanding of magical bonds and connections. Which you now possess, McGonagall observed astutely. That's what you gained in this nexus, Founder's knowledge beyond what's in the library or journals. Yes, Harry confirmed. But I'll need time to complete the quarantine process, time Voldemort and his Death Eaters won't willingly give us. We need a defensive strategy that keeps them occupied while I work. The emissaries, Neville suggested immediately. For elements from 4 houses, we form a protective circle around you while you perform the magic. Combined with faculty and order members, McGonagall added. A layered defense. And we have 3 days to prepare. Ron noted, already thinking tactically. Time to scout the location, set up preliminary defenses, maybe even traps for the Death Eaters. Harry felt a surge of pride as the emissaries immediately began organizing themselves, each contributing based on their elemental affinity and house strengths. The Hufflepuffs focused on coordination and communication plans. Ravenclaws analyzed magical theory to enhance defensive positions. Gryffindors proposed direct combat strategies. And Slytherins, perhaps most valuably, identified potential weaknesses in their own plans that enemies might exploit. McGonagall dispatched Flitwick to contact Order members who could be trusted without alerting Dumbledore prematurely. The diminutive charms professor had maintained connections with former students in strategic positions throughout the wizarding world, connections that might prove crucial in the coming days. Moody took charge of the castle's direct defenses, working with Bill Weasley and Professor Babbling to establish emergency evacuation protocols for younger students should the worst occur. Constant vigilance. He barked, directing 7th-year volunteers to strategic positions throughout Hogwarts. Throughout the planning, Harry divided his attention between tactical considerations and his new understanding of Hogwarts' magical structure. Hufflepuff's legacy revealed connections and vulnerabilities he had never perceived before. The delicate balance of the 4 founders' contributions, the way they reinforced one another when properly aligned, the potential catastrophic consequences if Voldemort succeeded even partially. Harry, Hermione murmured, pulling him aside as evening approached. You're different. The way you're analyzing magical theory, seeing connections between seemingly unrelated elements, it's beyond anything you've demonstrated before. Hufflepuff's legacy, he explained quietly. It's not just spells or techniques. It's a fundamental shift in how I perceive magic itself, especially the bonds between magical forces. And the magical sacrifice Luna mentioned? The price of entering the Nexus? Harry hesitated. I'm operating at reduced magical strength. Nothing permanent, I think, but significant enough that direct magical combat with Voldemort would be unwise. Hermione's expression tightened with concern. Then we ensure you don't face him alone. The quarantine is your priority. We'll handle the Death Eaters. That's the plan? Harry agreed, though uncertainty nagged at him. Voldemort had an uncanny ability to disrupt even the most careful preparations. 3 days seemed simultaneously too short for adequate defense, and too long to keep their plans secret. As if reading his thoughts, Luna approached, her normally dreamy expression unusually focused. The castle is spreading word, she informed them. Through the portraits, the ghosts, even the house elves. Hogwarts itself is preparing for battle. Is that wise? Hermione fretted. The more who know, the greater risk of Voldemort discovering our preparations. The castle shields its own communications. Luna replied confidently. And we need every ally, Hermione. The centaurs must be warned that their territory will become a battlefield. The Mer people must watch the underwater passages. Even the Room of Requirement must prepare to serve as sanctuary if evacuation becomes necessary. Harry nodded agreement, feeling through his connection with Hogwarts that Luna was right. The castle had already begun its preparations, subtle shifts in defensive enchantments, reallocation of magical resources toward boundary protections, even awakening dormant guardian statues that hadn't moved in centuries. Let the castle help, he decided. After all, it's fighting for its own survival as much as ours. As the planning continued into the night, Harry found himself drawn to the astronomy tower once more. Standing beneath the stars, he reached out through his connection with Hogwarts, sensing the vast magical network that sustained it. The castle responded with warmth and determination, its semi-sentient awareness focused with unusual clarity on the coming threat. "We face this together," he projected through their bond. "As heir and home, as protector and protected." The castle's response wasn't in words but in sensation, a surge of magical support that temporarily eased the hollow feeling from his sacrifice. Hogwarts was lending him its strength, compensating for what he had given up to access the Nexus. "A touching communion," observed a familiar voice from the shadows. Harry turned, unsurprised to find Albus Dumbledore standing near the tower's edge, his long silver beard gleaming in the moonlight. The former headmaster looked older than Harry remembered, more careworn, but his blue eyes remained sharp behind half-moon spectacles. "Professor," Harry acknowledged neutrally. "I wondered when you'd appear. Word reaches even a disgraced headmaster when his former school prepares for war," Dumbledore replied mildly. "Particularly when that preparation involves Founder's magic not seen in centuries." Harry studied the old wizard thoughtfully. Their last meeting had ended in bitter accusations and division. The Order had split, with many following Harry's leadership, while others remained loyal to Dumbledore. They hadn't spoken directly since that confrontation. "You know about Voldemort's plan?" Harry stated rather than asked. "I suspected something of the kind," Dumbledore admitted. "Though not the specific details or timing. My sources reported unusual activity among the Death Eaters, gathering of rare ritual components, consultations with dark artifacts dealers specializing in Founders-era magic. Why didn't you warn us?" Harry demanded, old frustration resurfacing. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Would you have believed me, Harry? After our last encounter? Would you have trusted information from the man you dismissed as manipulator and thief?" The question gave Harry pause. Would he have trusted Dumbledore's warning? Or dismissed it as another attempt to regain influence over Hogwarts? "I don't know," he admitted honestly. "But you could have tried." "Perhaps," Dumbledore acknowledged. "An old man's pride is a difficult thing to overcome. I convinced myself my direct intervention would be unwelcome, that working through intermediaries would be more effective." "Snape," Harry realized. "He's been feeding us information on your behalf." "Among others," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though Severus has proven surprisingly balanced in his loyalties of late. Your probationary appointment appears to have inspired a degree of self-reflection I had not anticipated." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. Snape remained a complex figure in the reformed Hogwarts, still acerbic and demanding, but noticeably more even-handed in his treatment of students since Harry's ultimatum. That this change might have impressed even Dumbledore was unexpected. "Why are you here now?" he asked finally. "The battle hasn't begun yet." "To offer my assistance," Dumbledore replied simply. "Whatever lies between us, Harry, Voldemort remains our common enemy. And in this particular conflict, my experience may prove valuable." "Experience with what?" "Founder's magic?" "With Tom Riddle," Dumbledore corrected. "I have known him longer than anyone else living. I have studied his methods, his preferences, his psychological patterns. In a ritual as complex as what you've described, such knowledge could be decisive." Harry considered the offer carefully. Dumbledore had manipulated him, hidden crucial information, even misappropriated his family funds. Yet the old wizard's insight into Voldemort was unparalleled. And Hufflepuff's legacy, now integrated into Harry's magical understanding, emphasized the value of diverse contributions, even from unlikely allies. "We're planning the defense in the room of requirement," he said finally. "Your input would be appreciated. But understand this: I remain Hogwarts' rightful heir and authority. You participate as advisor, not leader." Something like approval flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. As it should be. The student surpasses the teacher, the natural order of things, though often difficult for the teacher to accept gracefully. As they descended from the tower toward the room of requirement, Harry felt a subtle shift in their dynamic. Not reconciliation exactly, but a realignment, two powerful wizards with common purpose if not common methods. Whether this tentative alliance would survive the coming battle remained to be seen, but for now, it represented one more connection in the complex web of relationships that might save Hogwarts from Voldemort's corruption. And connection, as Hufflepuff's legacy constantly reminded him, was magic's true foundation. Dawn broke over the Forbidden Forest 3 days later, painting its autumn canopy with gold and crimson light. From his position near the Serpent's Eye pool, Harry watched as the final defensive preparations were completed. Emissaries worked in elemental pairs, establishing ward anchors at strategic points around the clearing. Order members patrolled the perimeter, alert for any early arrival of Death Eater forces. Faculty maintained communication lines back to the castle, where younger students had been secured in enhanced safe rooms. Boundary wards are complete, Hermione reported, approaching with Luna and Theo Knott, the three having formed an unexpectedly effective team combining Ravenclaw intelligence, Ravenclaw wisdom, and Slytherin wisdom. They won't stop Voldemort completely, but they'll slow his approach and alert us to his exact entry point. The centaurs have positioned observers in the high branches, Luna added, gesturing toward the ancient oaks surrounding the clearing. They won't fight directly, their stars advise neutrality, but they'll signal when movement approaches. And the underwater passage is monitored, Theo concluded. Slytherin's common room has a similar connection to the lake. I worked with the merpeople to establish magical sensors that will trigger if anyone attempts to access the pool from below. Harry nodded approval, impressed by their thoroughness. And evacuation protocols? If this goes badly. Multiple portkey relays established, Hermione assured him. Triggered by command phrase or critical injury. They'll transport wounded directly to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey has prepared emergency facilities. Their conversation was interrupted by Ron and Neville's arrival, both looking grimly determined as they completed their own preparations. Fire traps are set, Ron reported, his elemental affinity evident in the controlled flames dancing momentarily around his fingertips, a new skill developed through intensive practice with his emissary powers. Not lethal, but any Death Eater who trips them will wish they'd stayed home. And I've prepared the ground itself, Neville added quietly. His confidence had grown exponentially since becoming Earth Emissary, his natural affinity for plants extending to deeper control over soil, stone, and the magic flowing through both. Certain areas will become unstable when activated, turning solid ground into something less supportive. Harry felt another surge of pride in his friend's growth. In just weeks, the emissary system had developed their magical abilities beyond conventional Hogwarts education, each student discovering specialized skills aligned with their elemental affinity and house strengths. Excellent work, all of you, he commended them. Now we wait. Moonrise is still hours away. Waiting is the hardest part, Dumbledore observed, joining their group. The former headmaster had contributed valuable insights to their defensive strategy, particularly regarding likely Death Eater formations and Voldemort's probable ritual requirements. Perhaps we might use this time to review the quarantine procedure once more? Harry nodded agreement, leading them toward the small pool at the clearing's center. The Serpent's Eye lived up to its name, a perfectly circular body of water approximately 3 meters across, its surface unnaturally still despite the gentle morning breeze. Beneath that surface, water so clear it seemed almost invisible revealed a stone-lined shaft descending into darkness, connecting to the Black Lake through ancient tunnels. Voldemort will perform his ritual here, Harry explained, kneeling beside the pool. Using my blood, combined with specific Founders-era artifacts he's gathered, to establish a competing claim on Slytherin's magical contribution to Hogwarts. He traced patterns on the water's surface, Hufflepuff's legacy guiding his movements. Glowing lines appeared and held their shape, creating a magical diagram that mirrored the connections between the pool and Hogwarts' heart. While he's focused on the ritual, I'll implement the quarantine, a magical barrier that isolates Slytherin's contribution without severing it completely. Like a magical immune response, protecting the infected area while maintaining vital functions. And this requires physical contact with the pool? Dumbledore confirmed. You cannot perform it from a safer distance? No, Harry replied firmly. The quarantine must be anchored at the exact point Voldemort targets for his corruption. That's why our defensive strategy focuses on creating time and space for me to complete the process once the ritual begins. A dangerous position, Dumbledore observed, concern evident in his voice. Particularly given your reduced magical reserves. Harry had shared that vulnerability only with the core planning group, his magical sacrifice to access the Nexus leaving him temporarily weakened in direct magical combat. It was their greatest strategic challenge, positioning Harry exactly where Voldemort would focus his attack while acknowledging he couldn't defend himself fully. That's why we have concentric defensive layers, Hermione reminded them. Outer perimeter wards monitored by Order members. Second layer defended by faculty and senior students. Inner circle maintained by emissaries, with elemental pairs positioned at cardinal points. And I will stand with Harry directly, Luna added calmly, surprising several listeners who hadn't been privy to this aspect of the plan. My connection with the castle's awareness provides early warning of magical shifts. I'll help monitor the quarantine's progress while others maintain physical defense. No, Harry protested immediately. Luna, we discussed this. The center position is too dangerous, which is why you shouldn't be alone. She interrupted with unusual firmness. The quarantine requires your complete focus, Harry. You need someone watching for threats you can't afford to monitor yourself. Before Harry could object further, a silver Patronus bounded into the clearing, Kingsley's lynx, bringing news from the castle watchers. Movement detected beyond northern boundary. The Patronus reported in Kingsley's deep voice. Multiple magical signatures approaching under concealment charms. Estimated arrival at perimeter wards within 30 minutes. Tension rippled through the gathered defenders. Voldemort wasn't waiting for moonrise, he was positioning his forces early, perhaps hoping to catch them unprepared. He's identified our defenses, Dumbledore concluded grimly. Someone has informed him of our preparations. Or he simply anticipated we would discover his plan. Moody countered, stumping forward to join them. Either way, we adjust. All defensive positions, now. No more rehearsal, this is the real thing. Orders spread rapidly through practice communication chains. Defenders moved to their assigned positions with minimal confusion, the weeks of preparation evident in their disciplined response. Within minutes, the clearing had transformed from planning session to battle-ready formation. Harry stood at the pool's edge, sword of Gryffindor now visible at his hip, its rubied hilt pulsing with magic attuned to the heart of Hogwarts. Luna positioned herself slightly behind him, her wand held casually but her eyes unusually focused as she monitored the magical currents surrounding them. He's coming early to disrupt our preparations, Harry observed quietly to those closest to him. But the ritual itself still requires moonrise. This is just the opening move. Classic riddle, Dumbledore agreed, taking position with McGonagall and Flitwick in the second defensive ring. He'll probe our defenses, identify weaknesses, then press those points incrementally until he creates an opening for his main objective. Let him probe, Ron declared confidently from his fire position to the north, directly facing the approaching threat. Beside him, the twins mirrored his determined expression, all three Weasleys practically vibrating with controlled magical energy. We've got surprises he can't possibly anticipate. As if summoned by Ron's confidence, the first alarm triggered, a magical beacon flaring red above the northern tree line. The outer perimeter had been breached. They're testing the boundaries, Moody growled. Sending expendables first to map our defensive layout. Harry felt a cold certainty settle over him. After months of preparation, Voldemort was finally making his move against Hogwarts. Everything that had happened since his Gringotts visit, claiming his inheritance, firing Dumbledore, reforming the school, establishing the emissaries, had led to this moment. He reached down to touch the surface of the Serpent's Eye, establishing early connection with the magical currents flowing between the pool and Hogwarts' heart. Through Hufflepuff's legacy, he could sense the faint disturbance already beginning, Voldemort's preliminary influence seeking purchase in Slytherin's magical contribution. "Whatever comes," he said quietly to Luna, "we don't abandon the pool. The quarantine must be completed, regardless of what happens around us." "I know," she replied serenely. "The castle showed me this moment weeks ago, Harry. We stand together until the end, whatever that may be." Before Harry could question this ominous statement, the clearing erupted with the first direct attack, a barrage of blasting curses striking the outer defensive wards with concussive force. The battle for Hogwarts' heart had begun. The initial assault followed predictable Death Eater tactics, overwhelming force directed at a single section of the defensive perimeter, attempting to create a breakthrough point. What wasn't predictable was the defenders' response. Instead of reinforcing the targeted area, the Order members maintaining the outer perimeter allowed the attack to penetrate partially, then activated Neville's earth traps. The forest floor beneath the advancing Death Eaters transformed from solid ground to clinging, quicksand-like material that immobilized the front ranks immediately. Simultaneously, Ron triggered the first fire traps, not conventional explosions, but spiraling columns of controlled flame that surrounded but didn't directly harm the trapped attackers. The psychological impact was immediate. Death Eaters accustomed to inspiring fear now found themselves caught in a disorienting display of elemental magic beyond standard defensive spells. "They've studied Order tactics from the First War," Moody observed with grim satisfaction. "But they've no experience with Founder's magic or emissary techniques. That advantage won't last long, though." He was right. After the initial confusion, the Death Eater attack adjusted. New magical signatures appeared at the perimeter, more powerful, more controlled, suggesting Inner Circle members had joined the assault. Probing attacks emerged simultaneously from multiple directions, testing for weaknesses in the defensive pattern. From his position at the pool, Harry monitored the battle through both conventional observation and his enhanced connection with Hogwarts magic. Each skirmish at the perimeter registered as ripples in the magical field surrounding the clearing. Each defensive countermeasure drew power from the elemental affinities of students he had helped train. "He's not with them yet," Luna noted, her gaze distant as she accessed awareness beyond physical sight. "Voldemort remains separate, conserving power for the ritual itself." "Then we have time," Harry replied, beginning the preliminary stages of the quarantine process. Using the sword as focus and amplifier, he traced complex patterns above the water's surface, establishing the magical framework that would later isolate Slytherin's contribution to the heart. Around them, the battle intensified. Death Eaters had identified the defensive rings and now concentrated their efforts on creating corridors through the outer perimeter toward the center. Order members and faculty responded with coordinated counterattacks, while emissaries maintained their positions at the cardinal points, each pair manifesting their elemental magic in increasingly impressive displays. To the north, the Weasleys created a wall of selective fire that burned dark magic while allowing light spells to pass unimpeded. To the east, Ravenclaw emissaries manipulated air currents to divert incoming attacks and enhance friendly spellcasting. Southern Hufflepuffs reinforced the earth itself, creating protective berms and healing zones for wounded defenders. And to the west, Slytherin emissaries controlled water drawn from the Black Lake, forming barriers both physical and magical against approaching enemies. "They're coordinating better than I expected," Dumbledore commented, deflecting a barrage of curses aimed at his position while simultaneously transfiguring fallen branches into animated guardians. "Your emissary system has produced remarkable results in a short time. Hogwarts itself guided their training," Harry explained, not pausing in his preparations. "The castle remembered how the original emissaries functioned and helped recreate that knowledge." A sudden explosion to the northeast disrupted their conversation. A more powerful magical attack had breached the outer perimeter, creating the first significant gap in their defenses. Black-robed figures poured through the opening, pressing their advantage with concentrated spell fire. "Bellatrix," Neville identified grimly, recognizing the wild-haired witch leading the charge. "She's targeting the Ravenclaw position specifically." Indeed, the most vicious attacks focused on the eastern defensive point where Luna's fellow Ravenclaws maintained their airbase protections. Bellatrix Lestrange, notorious for both magical power and sadistic creativity, seemed determined to eliminate that particular element from the defensive pattern. "She's following orders," Dumbledore observed. "Dismantling our formations systematically rather than attacking the center directly. Voldemort has studied our arrangement carefully." Harry felt a chill of realization. They know about the elemental balance. Someone has informed Voldemort about the emissary system and its magical significance. "A spy?" McGonagall questioned sharply, even as she transfigured debris into attacking birds that swarmed toward the breakthrough point. "Or observation," Dumbledore suggested. "The emissaries haven't exactly been secretive in their activities around Hogwarts." Regardless of how Voldemort had acquired the information, the tactical implication was clear. He understood that disrupting the elemental balance would weaken the entire defensive formation. By targeting Ravenclaw's air magic specifically, he sought to create not just a physical opening but a magical imbalance. "We need to reinforce the eastern position," Harry decided, momentarily pausing his quarantine preparations. "If Bellatrix breaks through there, focus on your task." Luna interrupted firmly. "The Hufflepuff reserves are already responding." Indeed, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones had mobilized the secondary Hufflepuff defenders, moving to support the pressured Ravenclaw position. Their coordinated earth and air magic created a swirling defense of stone-reinforced wind barriers that slowed Bellatrix's advance. But the Death Eater's strategy was becoming clear. Secondary attacks had begun against the southern and western positions as well, each led by powerful lieutenants, Dolohov in the south, the Lestrange brothers to the west. Only the northern fire position, where the Weasleys maintained their formidable elemental barrier, remained under lesser pressure. "They're creating a pattern," Luna observed. "North remains strong while the other three positions face escalating attacks. When they're sufficiently weakened, Voldemort himself will come through the fire." Harry completed, understanding immediately. "Using my blood connection to pass through the Weasleys' defenses where others cannot." It was strategically brilliant. Focus defenders' attention on three simultaneous breaches while preparing for the Dark Lord to enter through the seemingly secure fourth position. By the time anyone realized what was happening, Voldemort would have direct access to the central pool. "We need to warn Ron," Harry insisted, rising from his preparatory work. "There's no time," Luna countered, pointing skyward. "Look!" The sun had begun its final descent, painting the western sky in crimson and gold. Within an hour, moonrise would begin, the hunter's moon, when Voldemort's ritual must commence to have any chance of success. "He's coming now," Luna stated with quiet certainty. "I can feel the disturbance in the castle's magic. Voldemort approaches the northern boundary." Harry made a split-second decision. "Take over monitoring the quarantine framework," he instructed Luna, placing her hands where his had been, guiding her awareness into the preliminary magical structure he'd established. "Maintain the pattern exactly as I've shown you. I need to reinforce the northern position directly." Before she could object, Harry was moving, sword drawn as he headed toward the Weasleys' position. He sent his Patronus ahead with warning. "Voldemort targets the fire barrier directly. Prepare for blood magic that may bypass your defenses." As he ran, the battle around him intensified. Death Eaters had penetrated the second defensive ring in multiple locations, engaging Order members and faculty in direct combat. Spells illuminated the darkening clearing in flashes of color, predominantly green and red from the attackers, while defenders utilized a broader spectrum of charms, transfigurations, and elemental magic. Harry reached Ron's position just as his Patronus delivered its warning. The Weasley brothers' expressions hardened as they processed the information. "Blood magic? Fred, or possibly George," repeated grimly. "That complicates things. Can you modify the fire barrier?" Harry asked urgently. "Create a secondary filter that recognizes magical signatures rather than just dark intent?" Ron considered for barely a moment before nodding. "Not conventionally, but—" He glanced at his brothers, who seemed to understand his thinking immediately. "Pruitt family magic," George explained, already adjusting his wand movements to create a different pattern in the flames. Mum taught us for emergencies only. Fire that recognizes bloodlines specifically. It's ancient protection magic. Fred added. Predates modern warding. Won't stop him completely, but will slow him significantly. Ron finished. Enough to give us warning when he attempts to pass through. Harry watched in fascination as the three brothers worked in perfect unison, their elemental fire magic shifting from generic protection to something more specific, flames that danced with an almost intelligent pattern, responding to the Weasleys' combined will rather than preset enchantments. There, Ron declared finally, sweat beading on his forehead from the magical exertion. Anyone sharing blood with you will trigger a distinctive reaction in the barrier, not prevention, but clear identification. That's all we need, Harry assured him. Just enough warning to. His explanation cut short as the entire northern perimeter suddenly illuminated with blinding magical energy. The outer wards flared and shattered under concentrated assault, allowing a wave of dark magic to rush toward the fire barrier like a physical tide. He's here, Harry stated unnecessarily, feeling Voldemort's distinctive magical signature even before seeing him. The Dark Lord emerged from the forest shadows, pale and terrible, surrounded by an honor guard of masked Death Eaters. He moved with unnatural grace, his snake-like features impassive as he assessed the defenders' formation. Behind him, more figures emerged, dozens of black-robed followers forming attack patterns with practiced precision. Potter! Voldemort's cold, high voice carried effortlessly across the clearing. How predictable you remain, despite your newfound heritage. Always rushing to the front lines rather than directing from safety. Harry stepped forward, placing himself slightly ahead of the Weasleys. The sword in his hand thrummed with magical energy, responding to Voldemort's presence with an almost eager vibration. Hard to trust your followers to get the job done, Harry replied evenly. After all, they failed to kill me. How many times now? The taunt was calculated. Anger might push Voldemort toward direct confrontation rather than the more dangerous ritual attempt. But the Dark Lord merely smiled thinly, red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Juvenile provocations won't work tonight, Harry, he chided mockingly. I come not to duel a child playing at leadership, but to claim what is rightfully mine. He gestured toward the Serpent's Eye pool, visible in the clearing's center where Luna maintained the quarantine preparations. Slytherin's true legacy, not merely a schoolhouse or chamber, but the fundamental magical architecture of Hogwarts itself. You have no claim to Hogwarts, Harry stated firmly. Even your connection to Slytherin is distant and corrupted. The castle would never accept you as heir. Hence tonight's ritual. Voldemort acknowledged casually, as if discussing academic theory rather than magical conquest. Blood calls to blood, Harry. Your unwilling contribution during my rebirth created a bridge, one I shall now cross permanently. He raised his wand, not toward Harry but toward the fire barrier maintained by the Weasleys. Observe true mastery of Founder's magic, children. Witness what real power looks like. With movements too swift to counter, Voldemort slashed his wand in complex patterns while incanting in what sounded like Parseltongue mixed with something older, more primal. The air itself seemed to shudder as ancient magic manifested, not a conventional spell but a fundamental manipulation of magical principles. The Weasleys' fire barrier rippled as Voldemort's magic struck it, not extinguishing but temporarily parting, creating a corridor specific to his magical signature. Just as Ron had predicted, the flames changed color where Voldemort's magic interacted with them, turning a distinctive purple that signaled blood connection to Harry. Now! Ron shouted, activating the secondary defense they had prepared. The three Weasleys thrust their wands forward in perfect unison, channeling their combined elemental affinity into the compromised section of the barrier. The purple flames exploded inward, directly toward Voldemort, not as attack but as magical binding, attempting to entangle him in his own blood-based manipulation. For a moment, it seemed to work. Voldemort's forward movement halted as magical fire encircled him, responding to the Weasleys' will rather than his own. Surprise flashed across his serpentine features. Clearly, He hadn't anticipated this level of sophisticated counter-magic from students. But the advantage lasted mere seconds. With a snarl of frustration, Voldemort unleashed raw magical power that shattered the binding flames, sending shockwaves of force outward that knocked the Weasleys off their feet and staggered even Harry, despite his defensive stance. Impressive, Voldemort acknowledged coldly. Pruitt family magic, if I'm not mistaken. Your mother would be proud of such quick thinking, young Weasleys. His lip curled in a cruel smile. Before she dies screaming, of course. The Death Eaters behind him surged forward, focusing overwhelming force on the now compromised northern position. Harry and the Weasleys found themselves fighting desperately against superior numbers, while Voldemort himself pressed inexorably toward the clearing's center. Fall back to the secondary position, Harry commanded, blocking a cutting curse with the sword of Gryffindor. The blade absorbed the dark magic, pulsing with increased energy as if feeding on the hostile spell. We can't hold here. The Weasleys retreated in good order, maintaining coordinated defense even while giving ground. Harry covered their movement, the sword proving unexpectedly effective against magical attacks, not just blocking but actively consuming dark spells directed at him. But Voldemort himself barely engaged, content to let his followers occupy the defenders while he advanced steadily toward the Serpent's Eye. His focus remained entirely on his ultimate objective, reaching the pool before moonrise to begin his corruption ritual. Harry fought his way back toward the center, desperate to return to Luna and the quarantine preparations. Through his connection with Hogwarts, he could sense the magical framework weakening without his direct maintenance. Luna was preserving it admirably, but lacked the Founder's legacy necessary to strengthen it properly. The battle had descended into chaos around them. The carefully planned defensive rings had collapsed into scattered skirmishes throughout the clearing, with Death Eaters and defenders engaged in desperate combat at multiple points. Dumbledore himself was locked in elaborate magical duel with Bellatrix and Dolohov simultaneously, his extraordinary skill evident in how he maintained both offensive and defensive magic against two powerful opponents. McGonagall and Flitwick fought back-to-back, their complementary transfiguration and charm work creating a protective zone where injured defenders could momentarily regroup. The emissaries had abandoned their cardinal positions to form smaller elemental teams, each combining different house abilities to counter specific Death Eater tactics. Through it all, Voldemort advanced, not quickly, but inexorably, each step bringing him closer to the Serpent's Eye where Luna maintained her solitary vigil over the quarantine framework. He's almost at the center, Ron warned, blocking a Bonebreaker curse while simultaneously directing a fire whip at the Death Eater who had cast it. We're not going to reach Luna before he does. Harry knew he was right. The fighting was too intense, the distance too great. Voldemort would reach the pool first, with clear minutes to begin his ritual before Harry could intervene. Unless. Cover me, he instructed the Weasleys, sheathing the sword at his hip. I'm going to try something desperate. Before they could question him, Harry closed his eyes, focusing entirely on his connection with Hogwarts. Drawing on Hufflepuff's legacy of magical connections, he reached beyond conventional limitations, seeking a bond that existed beyond physical space, his direct link to the heart of Hogwarts itself. I need passage, he projected through this connection. Direct transit to the Serpent's Eye. Now. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself seemed to fold around him, not apparition, which was impossible within Hogwarts' boundaries, but something older and more fundamental. The castle was responding directly to its heir's need, manipulating the magical fabric of its extended grounds to create momentary connection between distant points. Harry felt himself dissolve and reform in an instant, the sensation neither pleasant nor painful but simply impossible. One moment he stood with the Weasleys near the northern perimeter, the next, he materialized directly beside Luna at the pool's edge. You're back, she greeted calmly, as if his method of arrival were perfectly normal. Just in time. The framework is failing, and he's nearly here. Indeed, Voldemort had paused merely 20 paces away, his red eyes widening fractionally at Harry's sudden appearance. For the first time, the Dark Lord seemed genuinely surprised, perhaps even concerned. Founders Transit, he hissed, recognition in his voice. The castle responds to you more fully than anticipated. Fascinating. More than responds, Harry replied, drawing the sword once more. Hogwarts and I are connected in ways you can never replicate, Tom. No ritual will change that fundamental truth. Voldemort's expression hardened at the use of his birth name. We shall see. The moonrise approaches, and your little defensive play-acting has accomplished nothing but delaying the inevitable. He gestured toward the eastern horizon, where the edge of the full moon had indeed begun to emerge above the tree-line. The hunter's moon, blood-red and ominous, its light casting eerie shadows across the embattled clearing. You've lost, Harry. Voldemort continued, advancing the final steps toward the pool. Your defenders are overwhelmed. Your magical reserves are depleted from that impressive transportation trick. And your precious quarantine framework is incomplete. He was right on all counts. Around them, Death Eaters were gradually gaining the upper hand against the increasingly exhausted defenders. Harry's magical sacrifice to the Nexus, combined with the extraordinary effort of Founders Transit, had left him dangerously weakened. And the quarantine framework, while established, remained inactive without the final enchantments. Luna, Harry murmured, making a swift decision. Take the sword. Her eyes widened slightly, but she accepted the weapon without question, somehow understanding his intent without explanation. The blade hummed differently in her grasp, not rejecting her, but not fully activating either, recognizing her as ally rather than heir. What will you use? She asked softly. Harry smiled grimly. Something Voldemort won't expect. As the Dark Lord raised his wand to begin the corruption ritual, Harry stepped directly into the Serpent's Eye pool itself, submerging to his waist in the crystal-clear water. Immediately, he felt the magical connection strengthening, his body forming direct conduit between the pool and Hogwarts' heart, his sacrificed magic temporarily replenished by the Founder's water that had flowed between these points for a millennium. Fool! Voldemort laughed coldly. You've placed yourself precisely where my ritual requires. Your blood, freely given to the Serpent's Eye, completes the first component without effort on my part. Freely given, Harry confirmed. But not for your purpose. He plunged his hands beneath the surface, connecting directly with the magical current flowing between pool and castle. Hufflepuff's legacy guided his next actions, not casting spells or incanting words, but manipulating the very connections themselves, redirecting magical flows and establishing new patterns within existing frameworks. Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to concern as he sensed the magical restructuring occurring beneath the water's surface. What are you doing? He demanded, abandoning his ritual preparations to aim his wand directly at Harry. Stop this immediately. Too late. Harry replied, his voice strangely resonant as Hogwarts magic flowed through him. The quarantine has begun. Indeed, the water around him had begun to glow with inner light, not one color but 4 distinct hues swirling in complex patterns. Red for Gryffindor's courage, blue for Ravenclaw's wisdom, yellow for Hufflepuff's loyalty, and green for Slytherin's ambition, all flowing through Harry as connecting point, as heir to their combined legacy. Voldemort snarled in fury, abandoning subtlety to cast a direct killing curse at Harry's exposed upper body. Avada Kedavra! The deadly green light streaked toward him, but Luna was faster. With a swift, practiced motion, she interposed the sword of Gryffindor between Harry and the curse. The blade caught the spell directly, its rubied hilt flashing brilliantly as it absorbed rather than reflected the killing magic. Impossible! Voldemort hissed, genuine fear entering his voice for the first time. Founder's magic, Luna explained serenely, the sword now pulsing with combined energies, its own inherent power plus the absorbed killing curse. Beyond your understanding, Tom Riddle. While Voldemort stood momentarily stunned by this unprecedented defense, Harry continued his work within the pool. The quarantine framework was activating sequence by sequence, isolating Slytherin's magical contribution without severing it from the heart. Through his direct connection with Hogwarts, Harry could sense the process taking effect, a protective barrier forming around the vulnerable magical current, shielding it from external corruption while maintaining its essential function. No! Voldemort roared, realizing his opportunity was slipping away. He abandoned all pretense of ritual, charging forward to physically reach the pool's edge. I will not be denied. Luna met his advance with extraordinary calm, the sword held in perfect defensive position. You cannot touch him while the quarantine forms, she stated with absolute certainty. Hogwarts protects its heir. Voldemort unleashed a barrage of spells, not just at Harry but at Luna, at the pool itself, at the very ground surrounding them. Dark magic beyond conventional classification, curses designed to shatter protections and destroy magical constructs. The air crackled with malevolent energy as his fury manifested in increasingly desperate attacks. But something remarkable was happening. Each spell that approached the pool's immediate vicinity slowed, weakened, and ultimately dissolved before reaching its target. The quarantine effect was expanding outward, creating a zone where Hogwarts' protective magic actively neutralized hostile intent. It's working, Harry called to Luna, his voice strained from the magical exertion but triumphant. The quarantine is stabilizing. Slytherin's contribution is protected. Voldemort howled in frustration, his carefully planned ritual now impossible as the hunter's moon rose fully above the tree-line. The critical moment for corrupting the heart of Hogwarts had passed, the protective quarantine firmly established around Slytherin's magical connection. But the Dark Lord was far from defeated. Rage transformed his already inhuman features as he turned his full attention toward Harry, still partially submerged and magically vulnerable despite the quarantine's success. If I cannot claim Hogwarts tonight, he snarled, then I shall at least claim your life, Potter. No convenient portkey will save you this time. No mother sacrifice to hide behind. Just you and me, as prophecy intended. He raised his wand, ancient yew practically smoking with the dark energy he channeled through it. Not a killing curse this time, something worse, something designed to cause maximum suffering before death. Cruciamentum infinitum, he incanted, unleashing a spell so dark it appeared as pure absence of light, a void streaking toward Harry with impossible speed. Luna moved to intercept once more, but even the sword couldn't fully absorb magic this fundamentally corrupt. The spell struck the blade and split around it, part of its energy continuing toward Harry while the remainder caught Luna directly in the chest. She crumpled instantly, the sword falling from her grasp as the partial curse overwhelmed her defenses. Luna! Harry cried, unable to leave the pool while the quarantine remained incomplete. He reached desperately for the magical connections surrounding her, trying to mitigate the curse's effect even as the remaining portion struck him directly. Pain beyond description flooded his awareness, not just physical agony but magical and mental torture combined, as if every fiber of his being were simultaneously being torn apart and compressed. Through the haze of suffering, Harry clung to his connection with Hogwarts, refusing to abandon the quarantine despite the overwhelming urge to collapse. Voldemort laughed coldly, advancing toward the pool's edge as Harry struggled to maintain consciousness. Impressive resilience, Harry. But ultimately futile. The quarantine may prevent my ritual tonight, but there will be other opportunities. Other approaches. While you, he smiled cruelly, will not live to interfere again. He raised his wand for the final strike, but before he could cast, the clearing erupted with renewed magical energy. Defenders who had seemed on the verge of defeat suddenly rallied, pushing back against Death Eater lines with coordinated elemental attacks. The emissaries, recognizing the critical moment, had abandoned individual skirmishes to reform their cardinal positions, channeling combined magic toward the center. And there, materializing between Voldemort and the pool, stood Albus Dumbledore, his power undiminished by age or previous exertion, his blue eyes hard as diamonds as he faced his former student. This ends now, Tom, he stated quietly, his wand moving in precise, economical motions that nevertheless generated magic of extraordinary sophistication. You will not harm him further. Voldemort's expression contorted with hatred. Always interfering, old man. Always playing the savior when it suits your grand designs. He matched Dumbledore's magical output with his own, the two greatest wizards of their generation locked in direct confrontation mere feet from where Harry maintained the quarantine through sheer force of will. Their duel transcended conventional magic, spells and counterspells flowing so rapidly they appeared as continuous streams of light, transfigurations manifesting and dissolving in heartbeats, the very elements themselves responding to their commands. Neither gained clear advantage, their matched power creating a temporary stalemate. But stalemate favored the defenders. With each passing minute, the quarantine strengthened, Slytherin's contribution to the heart becoming more thoroughly protected against corruption. Death Eaters, realizing their primary objective had failed, began to disengage and retreat toward the forest boundaries. Voldemort sensed his advantage slipping away. With a snarl of frustration, he abandoned his direct assault on Dumbledore to cast one final spell toward the pool. Not aimed at Harry this time, but at Luna's motionless form where she lay beside the water's edge. Avada Kedavra! He spat, green light streaking from his wand even as Dumbledore moved to block it. Harry reacted instinctively. Still connected to the pool, still channeling Hogwarts magic through the quarantine process, he reached for something deeper, the Founder's magic that flowed through the castle's very foundations. Drawing on Hufflepuff's legacy of connection, he extended his awareness not to shield himself, but to protect Luna. What happened next defied conventional magical understanding. The killing curse, unstoppable by ordinary means, encountered something extraordinary, a barrier formed not from spells or physical objects, but from pure magical connection. Harry had created a bond between Luna and Hogwarts itself, extending the castle's fundamental protection to include her within its definition of home. The green light struck this connection and dissipated, breaking down into harmless magical particles that drifted away like emerald snowflakes. Not reflected or absorbed, but simply negated by a more fundamental magical principle. Voldemort's eyes widened in genuine fear. "What have you done?" he whispered, momentarily forgetting even Dumbledore's presence. "Something you'll never understand," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the lingering effects of the earlier curse. "I connected her to Hogwarts protection, the same protection that has kept you out for decades. Love, Tom. Not romantic or familial, but the deep connection between people who would sacrifice for each other without hesitation." Dumbledore seized the moment of Voldemort's distraction, his wand weaving complex patterns that summoned fire and light in overwhelming combination. The Dark Lord barely managed to shield himself, forced backward several steps by the magical onslaught. "Your followers retreat," Dumbledore observed calmly, maintaining his attack. "Your ritual has failed. The quarantine is complete. There is nothing more to gain here tonight, Tom." Voldemort's face was a mask of fury as he recognized the truth of these statements. Around the clearing, Death Eaters were indeed disapparating or fleeing into the forest, pursued by triumphant defenders. The moonrise had passed its critical position, rendering his carefully planned ritual impossible until the next hunter's moon, a full year away. And perhaps most significantly, Harry had risen from the pool, the quarantine process finally complete. Though clearly weakened from magical exertion and curse damage, he stood protectively over Luna's still form, the sword of Gryffindor once again in his hand and glowing with power drawn directly from Hogwarts' heart. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed, backing toward the Trilene as Dumbledore and Harry both advanced. "The war has barely begun. Tonight was merely one battle and a much longer campaign. A battle you lost," Harry stated firmly. "And not the last you'll lose, Tom. Hogwarts stands against you, not just its walls and wards, but its people. Its connections. Its heart." Something like uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's inhuman features, a momentary recognition that he had miscalculated not just tactically, but fundamentally. He had approached Hogwarts as a prize to be claimed, a power source to be corrupted. He had failed to recognize it as a living community bound by connections his fragmented soul could neither comprehend nor overcome. Without further words, he disapparated with a crack of displaced air, not retreating through the forest like his followers, but abandoning the field entirely. The remaining Death Eaters, seeing their master depart, redoubled their own retreat, some falling to capture while others managed to escape into the darkness. Harry immediately knelt beside Luna, fearing the worst despite having protected her from the killing curse. The earlier dark spell had struck her directly, its effects potentially devastating even at partial strength. "Luna!" he called gently, cradling her head. "Luna, can you hear me?" For a terrible moment, there was no response. Then her eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first but gradually clearing as she recognized him. "Harry," she whispered weakly. "Did we win?" Relief flooded through him. "Yes. The quarantine held. Voldemort's gone. Hogwarts is safe." A small smile touched her pale lips. "I knew it would be. The castle showed me." Before Harry could question this statement, Dumbledore joined them, his expression grave as he assessed Luna's condition. The curse was severe, even partially deflected. "She needs immediate medical attention." Harry nodded, carefully lifting Luna in his arms despite his own exhaustion and injuries. The sword, somehow sensing his intent, vanished from his hand only to reappear secured at his hip, leaving him free to carry her. Around them, the aftermath of battle was taking shape. Order members secured captured Death Eaters with binding spells and confiscated wands. McGonagall coordinated medical evacuation of wounded defenders, utilizing the predetermined Portkey system to transport the most critical cases directly to Hogwarts' hospital wing. Emissaries moved through the clearing, combining their elemental magic to extinguish fires, stabilize damaged ground, and begin restoring the natural environment. "It worked, Albus," Harry said quietly as they made their way toward the evacuation point. "Not just the quarantine, but the entire defensive approach. Founder's magic, emissary cooperation, integrated elemental techniques, everything we implemented these past weeks made this victory possible." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. I must admit, Harry, when you first claimed your inheritance and dismissed me, I feared your inexperience would lead to disaster. I see now my concerns were misplaced." "Not entirely," Harry acknowledged fairly. "I've made mistakes. Been overconfident at times. Delegated too little, tried to control too much. The natural learning curve of leadership," Dumbledore observed. "One I myself never fully mastered, despite decades of practice." They reached the evacuation point, where Hermione was organizing Portkey departures with characteristic efficiency. She rushed forward at the sight of Luna in Harry's arms, her expression shifting from relief at seeing him alive to concern for her injured friend. "How bad?" she asked simply, already conjuring a stretcher to transfer Luna more comfortably. "Bad enough," Harry replied grimly. "Partial impact from something Voldemort called cruciamentum infinitum. Not in any standard curriculum, I'm guessing." Hermione's face paled. "No, it wouldn't be. Ancient dark magic, predating even unforgivables. I've read references." She shook her head, focusing on practical matters. "Madame Pomfrey needs to see her immediately. You too, Harry, you look terrible. Others first," he insisted, though in truth he felt on the verge of collapse. The combined effects of magical sacrifice to enter the Nexus, Founder's Transit, quarantine implementation, curse damage, and protection extension had depleted his reserves to dangerous levels. "Has everyone been accounted for?" "Almost," Hermione confirmed, efficiently organizing the next Portkey group while they spoke. "Some minor injuries, a few serious but stable. No fatalities on our side." The relief in her voice was palpable, and Harry shared it completely. They had faced Voldemort and his full forces, defended a critical magical asset, and emerged without losing a single defender. It was a victory beyond what any of them had dared hope. "The quarantine is holding?" Hermione asked as they prepared to portkey back to the castle. Harry nodded, reaching through his connection with Hogwarts to confirm. "Stable and strengthening. Slytherin's contribution remains fully integrated with the heart but protected from external corruption. Voldemort won't be able to access it through that method again. He'll try others," Dumbledore cautioned. "Tom Riddle has never abandoned an objective once fixed upon it. He will seek alternative approaches, perhaps even more dangerous ones." "Let him try," Harry replied with quiet determination. Hogwarts is ready. We're ready. As the portkey activated, whisking them back to the castle proper, Harry felt Hogwarts' welcome envelop him, not just the physical structure, but the magical essence that had bonded with him since claiming his inheritance. Through their connection, he sensed the castle's satisfaction, its pride in its defenders, its renewed confidence in its heir. Hogwarts had faced its greatest threat since the Founder's time and emerged strengthened rather than diminished. Its houses had fought as one, its students had risen to extraordinary challenges, and its heir had proven worthy of the legacy entrusted to him. Whatever came next, whether further attacks from Voldemort, interference from the Ministry, or new challenges yet unimagined, Hogwarts would face it united. Not as four competing houses or isolated individuals, but as an integrated whole bound by connections that transcended conventional magic. As heir to the Founders, Harry had not simply claimed ownership of a castle or school. He had restored its heart, not just the magical nexus beneath its foundations, but the living community that gave that magic purpose and direction. And in doing so, he had finally found his own true inheritance, not wealth or titles or political power, but the connection to something greater than himself, a magical legacy that would endure long after individual battles and wars had faded into history. Hogwarts had chosen its heir well. And Harry Potter had, at last, come home. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.